PKA 723 with our guest Derek of More Plates, More Dates. Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load, BetterHelp, our merch. And yes, we have with us the Load King himself, Derek. Thank you for joining.
No, thanks for having me again, guys. Appreciate it.
Man, it's still, I laugh the fact that we sell these pills, like it's become one of those things that like when I meet someone for the first time and I'm with friends who know what I do for a living, they're like, Taylor, tell them about the cum pills you sell. And I'm like, I'm talking to this person for the first time ever. Yes. And I'll be like, I'm a bit of a magnate in the jizz biz. Do look it up. And then it's just a hilarious thing you've turned us on to. So thank you for that.
No, yeah, thanks for the idea. Like, I don't even remember it's been a while, so I actually don't remember how the first conversation came about.
I remember exactly. I was embarrassed to send the message to you because it's such an embarrassing. I was like, well, I think I typed it out like 5 times. It was like, I think there'd be any interest in a product that makes people, and I didn't even know what I was like, do I say cum? Make people ejaculate more. And it was so funny. Like, you took a while with your response, but y'all don't know, but Derek sends these voice notes back, and you sent like 5 minutes of, yeah, absolutely. I know some guys who are into that scene as well. They probably got some thoughts. I can pick their brains on it. And I'm thinking this chemical and that chemical in the right quantities, we're going to see some real improvement. It's just like, I loved how quick you were on the case and like had thoughts and data on it. It was great.
No, it's like, it's not a well-known type of product, but I guess in the like male self-improvement space, it's something we've all looked up at least once and are like aware of, I suppose. So
for sure,
yeah, man, it was couldn't have been better alignment on that, I think, and it's been well received. Everyone loves it, and a lot more demand than I thought there would be for something like this, actually.
I know, right? It's so fun.
People love coming hard. So tell us about what the new formula is and how. I know there's fewer capsules now.
Yeah. So the primary thing I didn't like about the previous iteration was the odd number of capsules you had to take. So even though it was already like a lot to ask to get people to take 9 a day, but then to ask them to take 5 in the morning and 4 at night, it was just such a weird dosing protocol. Mm-hmm. And then also it has to be accompanied by a fat containing meal. Like, there were so many specifications around its use that it was a little bit of a barrier to entry, I would say, because I don't know about you guys and how many supplements you're taking nowadays, but I know for me, I have a pill container and I only have so much room in it. And once you start to get to a point where you have to remember to take extra stuff than can fit in like your typical daily routine, it's kind of just like, fuck it, I'm not going to take any more things. So I always wanted to get the dose at least down to 8 so we could be like 4 and 4. But as I started to explore it more over the past couple of years, I had seen that not only was there a way to avoid having to take it with a fat containing meal, which was like a big barrier, but then also being able to refine it into a 6 capsule total dose and then have a way more approachable like 3 a.m. 3 p.m. split. I was like, okay, we got to look at what this would look like. And also something that came about was my realization that people were probably going to be on this almost as if it's a daily multivitamin. Mm-hmm. And taking something with that high of a concentration of vitamin E, selenium, long term, I would not be confident in telling somebody for the rest of your life you could take that high of a dose of those things. So taking that a step back gave us some room to be able to lower the actual number of capsules a bit, and then also raise the sunflower lecithin, which is like the base of the formula, essentially. So summing it all up, we were able to actually get the formula down to something that's more refined, sustainable for daily use, and also has a bit higher of a dose of the base of the formula that actually enhances semen volume. So
yeah.
And then also just like being able to take it without having to worry about it being with a meal every single time. Mm-hmm. I would still advise people do that for max absorption, but it's not a necessity like it was with the previous iteration. So now the bottle is 180 caps versus 270, and way more approachable of a protocol, in my opinion, just for like ease of use in itself, let alone the formula quality. So that's kind of a summation of it. And I think it's overall a net, like a huge net benefit, and more people will be actually willing to use it now than before. So
I hope so.
I'm just
Yeah,
psyched
it
to
seems
have
like all good changes.
super physiological loads once more. Let's get going.
Oh,
That's true. We were out for a while.
Yeah, I was
Oh.
coming like a normal person. That doesn't fit with my ego.
I've been holding up an empty bottle
Humiliated.
during ad reads for 6 months.
Yeah,
My
I
wife
felt,
was like, "Did I do something wrong? What's what with this?"
you almost left him. It was close.
Yeah, it was a problem.
yeah, I felt bad how long it was taking to get this thing figured out. But this delivery system, the Lightcap's patented delivery system, is a lot more complicated to work than I had anticipated. But it's, I don't even know of another formula that exists that not only is it rare to find a formula that's like for loads, but then one that is structured in this way where you don't have to take like a soft gel sunflower product separately and then stack it on top of the powder dry like Pygium ingredients and whatnot. Something that's just like cumulatively all in one that still absorbs properly. It was kind of like new territory, so it took a lot longer than I hoped, but now we have it figured out and hopefully never out of stock again. And I don't know if you guys want to talk about it at all or how much we could talk about publicly, but potentially retail on the horizon as well.
We can
that'd
talk
be
as
cool.
much about it as you're comfortable with.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I think that'd be really cool. We've been talking about that for a while because I'll go into like a sex store to get my odds and ends, party hats and such, and my Galaxy gas, gotta see gas stuff.
Otherwise, she might say no.
Get your
That's
new
our next
overbooking
product. Let's sell
attachments.
Galaxy Gas to people.
Let's get it, dude. We need to talk about Galaxy gas later, but I'll notice there's all sorts of nonsense pills and products behind the counter, and I'm like, my product works.
Yeah.
They should be selling my pills up there, my cummies.
Oh, yeah.
Some fucking Rhino pill bullshit behind the camera.
Oh, I'm judgy as shit when I see those
Those-
ads online or I see them in like gas stations where it's like, increase how much you jizz. And it's like one pill every 3 days. These hucksters, these
Yeah,
absolute criminals.
I was wondering, I've never looked into it, but ad placement costs on like Pornhub, for example. You know how pretty much everything you see on the sidebar is a scam?
Yeah,
It's just like obscene claims, grow your dick 3 inches. in
hot
a
grannies
week,
near
like-
you.
Yeah, those
Yeah,
women
but
don't
Kyle-
really like me.
Kyle, here's the catch. You have to fuck them.
Don't do this unless you are committing to fucking a hot granny near you tonight. Well, I don't know if I have enough time. All right, we'll come back tomorrow.
What's wild about those two is it must be successful or else they wouldn't continue spending money
right?
on those
People are
ads.
clicking through.
Yeah.
I mean, don't judge.
Yeah. So who knows? Maybe we
Clicking
can.
through
I
for
have
those companies.
But to your point, like, I don't even know if I would want to run ads of our product alongside all that horse shit
Oh.
because then
Yeah,
it would
yeah,
lower
you
our
may-
perceived efficacy.
Hey, you dilute the perceived
I had
No,
quality.
no,
I'm okay
that.
with that. I'm like, let a broader audience know about our cummy pill.
Do you know what I was
mentioned the
thinking
Rhino
about
pills?
too? Like you guys do ad reads in the middle of the podcast. Hypothetically, just shove an ad read in a porn video.
Just
For
us,
like-
just us bringing them. Hey, no,
Yeah.
you got your hands full right now, but hear me out.
No, you have like the
Jackie,
chick.
this is a big ask, but can we do an ad read in the middle of the set?
Dude, I feel like for the right money, like there'd be a lot of chicks or couples on Pornhub or whatever. that
Some
would-
guy's jacking off, and then it's me laying like this on a bearskin rug naked. Like, hey, sorry to interrupt.
Your genitals are covered by an enormous.
Tell me
bottle
the
of lotion.
person wouldn't watch it and be
Where
like,
does the
I've never seen
bearskin
something like this.
end and
pop up."
Taylor begin.
That would be so funny.
You better make it a polar bear so we can see you.
I'd start getting like weird looks in public from people who didn't want to admit. They'd be like, "That's a fucking bearskin rug comeback."
I would love that reality.
That guy's a hidden celebrity. But,
Are you Captain Cummies? I've been watching your ads online. They're great.
I'm on like the Old Spice, but ahoy sailors, like, ahoy seamen.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that'd be fun.
I feel
Yeah,
like
the-
that stuff would crush just by how like odd it is though too.
Yeah,
dude,
for sure.
It would be so funny.
It would be fucking hilarious. I'd have to get in great shape. That'd be a good motivator. I'd be like, I'm not gonna let
Yeah.
people see my fat belly. But
You mentioned the Rhino pills. Have you ever done a video where you maybe got one of those over-the-counter Rhino pills analyzed and broke down what's actually in there?
Yeah, I've never done it, but I've seen lawsuits even on those exact products, and oftentimes it's just like a laundry list of random ingredients, and sometimes it does contain actual tadalafil or something of that nature.
Yeah.
When it's not supposed to. So no shit, it works decently well.
Yeah,
But
I took one once, and it was the worst experience. First of all, it worked. there was Viagra in there, but it gave me like all the worst effects of Viagra as well, like this crazy light sensitivity and crazy headache. And after I had sex with the girl, I was like, "Well, you got to go. I feel horrible. I've got to lie down."
The capacity of a typical capsule is 750 milligrams. So you can just imagine if there's some like unethical person who's willing to illegally put Viagra in your product anyways and not tell you, who fucking knows how many milligrams of Viagra is in there? It could be 300.
Yeah, nobody's keeping an eye on it.
It's huge. Yeah. And I went to the gas station and I was like, "Give me one of those."
Yeah. You really bought one of
did
the,
it
like
myself.
the background of it looking like a trading card didn't tune you in.
I knew what I was getting into. But I had a heavy afternoon of sex.
Dude, it's
ahead of me.
the ad copy on the package is written with a Chinese accent.
It is. It is.
You come hard. It's like, it's like not even close.
Well, I mean, the whole idea that what they're suggesting, I think, is that there might be rhinoceros horn in the product, which is
they do love that. Yeah.
Which is they believe in parts of Asia as an aphrodisiac and a sexual, helper or whatever. But
And
whatever was in there
we're
was
not here to
awful.
pass judgment on that.
Wait, we're not?
What if it works?
Well, the rhinos need
That's
their
their
horns
advertising campaign. 2 billion Chinese people can't be wrong.
tailored. We know better than you. No, I wouldn't trust any of that. But but our pills don't have any rhino horn in them, and they work. So that's good.
Yeah.
Zero
and
rhino.
nowadays with like telemed platforms, it's kind of crazy that not long ago that was the way people had to get dick pills, was go to the gas station and hope it had something like Cialis in it. Whereas now you guys have like Blue Chew and lock and load pills. Like you don't need to shop anywhere else.
Yeah, we're in the
Yeah, telemedicine is interesting. You probably know more about this than any of us do. I know you can get all sorts of like you can get finasteride and like herpes medications and probably hormones and stuff through telemed. What's the legal stuff behind that? Like, what's the limit to what can be prescribed via telemedicine?
Yeah, that's the tough thing, is because it's almost up to the risk tolerance of the pharmacies you can fulfill through. So what drugs are actually available in legally compliant and certified facilities. So that drug catalog is kind of what you're limited to. And then above and beyond that, it's like, how willing is the doctor to risk their license for something that might not be justified? So you can technically prescribe anything off label for whatever, if you have a good enough justification. Like with dutasteride, which is like the most powerful 5-alpha reductase inhibitor for hair loss, is what I use. Technically, it's not approved in the US for hair loss.
Of course not.
Yeah, it's like for
It killed those chimps in Malaysia.
What's it called again? What's the name of it?
Dutasteride.
Yeah, it's like finasteride on steroids, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Finasteride is a steroid.
safe.
Yeah. So that like nukes your DHT, but typically it's only prescribed if you have benign prostatic hyperplasia, which is like a big prostate. So
Who's to say I might have a little of that?
exactly.
Getting
You know?
older.
Touch of it.
And that's like a loose,
fine
like,
last time I
relative.
checked.
That's a low risk example too, but there are like
Firm.
pretty aggressive stuff being done where, like, Anavar, a very popular steroid that is highly sought after and faked often in the black market. If you're a girl and you don't want to get viralized and end up looking like a dude, or you're a guy who just wants legitimate shit, it's advantageous to have pharma grade product. And is there ever a justification though for a bodybuilder to get prescribed Anavar? Like typically,
Yes.
not really. It's for like burn victims and stuff. So it's like trying to justify that. It could be prescribed technically, but it's
Maybe
not.
he got sunburnt in the tanning bed, and he needs to heal up for the show. He needs a little Anavar.
Yeah, but with
Who's
like
to say?
ED meds and stuff, it's like really, really kind of like subjective, often psychological too. What causes erectile dysfunction, circulatory often too. But it's kind of like, do you have symptoms? Yes, no. Okay, well, we can probably justify a prescription without evaluating you in person and like looking at things. So it's pretty easy to get and pretty compliant, I would say, nowadays. Like there's not much scrutiny on it, whereas back in the day it was a lot different.
Yeah, it's a weird line because I take I can't remember what it's called for cold sores. It's whatever the pills are.
Valtrix.
Yeah, but it's like valacyclovir or something.
That's the chemical name.
Mm-hmm. But it's so nice to just have a bottle of those pills, and I didn't have to talk to a doctor. I just had to go to a website and click some boxes, and they believed me and sent me antiviral medication through the mail. And it's like,
yeah, oh yeah, way better than having to go to your fam doc and be like, hey, so I go.
Well, they won't do it. They're like, this is actually for genital herpes, and I'm like, yeah, but they're like the same fucking thing, and it works so well. And I don't want a big rotten spot on my lip for 3 weeks. So give me the
I feel
pills.
like there's too much barrier between you and the medicine you want, right? If I want to try a hair loss medicine, if I want to try a herpes medicine or whatever, why do I have to, like, I don't know, go to a doctor and get embarrassed? It's harder than it should be. Now, I get some things have big risks, but maybe there's more classifications and we can over the counter more stuff. It sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree for sure. Like some of the stuff that's available over the counter is like arguably far more dangerous too than stuff you have to get like significant sign-offs on to justify. Like, it always feels stupid trying to go to a doctor to then try and like beg for what you hope to get and be on your best behavior so you don't fuck it up and then get kicked out of your meeting. Yeah.
What is Gorilla Mind going to sell semi-glutides?
Oh, we sell it through Merrick Health as well as tirzepatide and I guess retatrutide when it comes out, which is like the most advanced GLP-1 medication. So yeah, like through Merrick we do, but Gorilla, no. We just do dietary supplements, energy drinks, etc.
Is GLP-1 like Ozempic?
Yeah. So it's like the thing it mimics to basically suppress appetite, more or less.
How does it work?
No one knows exactly, but it's thought to be the suppression of like it slows gastric emptying, so it almost like keeps stuff around longer and makes you have satiety signaling to your brain as well. Like there's a few different things going on at the same time, as well as the increase of certain hormones. But in general, it's like mimicking a hormone your body would naturally produce that tells you you're satiated, but like at a mega dose that prolongs its activity for like weeks. So it's like a super, think about testosterone and going on like a cycle. It's like going on a cycle of like satiety signaling to your brain.
Okay.
Yeah. Like you would never be able to replicate that level of signaling naturally.
Could you tell what I was like?
You have to be a medieval king
didn't get
at
it at all.
day.
Oh, I did though. I did.
Oh, yes.
I've been looking at these for weeks. So it much like a Derek video. The first time I hear about this topic, I understand a third of what he told me, and then that can work its way up all the way to like 2/3 sometimes.
Oh shit!
Yeah, what was crazy is I was talking about these drugs years ago before they became popular, and like, oh, this looks like a really interesting thing for bodybuilders and prep to not bail on their appetite and fuck up, because typically when you're bodybuilding you're kind of limited to what you can use that helps you stay on track, especially when you get to single digit body fat. You're just like, you know, your brain is just craving things nonstop, and it's like borderline starvation level territory all the time. But you're kind of limited to using like heavy duty stimulants, things that crank your CNS, mess with your heart, crank your dopamine way too high. Yeah, central nervous system. Okay. So, like the drugs that were available were kind of shitty for suppressing your appetite. Things like Adderall are being abused. People were smoking. I know some people who started smoking just to suppress their appetite to get ready for bodybuilding shows, and then became addicted.
I started vaping. Yeah,
of course I know him. He's me.
Yeah. Oh my god! Like when I was at my hungriest and like lowest body fat, I was smoking. I was going to the vape shop every week, getting a new flavor, and it was always like banana pancakes. It was like the things I wanted.
What was your caffeine dose up to back then? I forget. It's probably like a gram or something obscene.
I took a gram one time to see how it would feel, and it didn't feel like too much. It just felt like a lot. But I was taking about 750 milligrams on like at the most, and 500 was regular. Like 500 was if I felt like I was going to take 500 no matter what. But if I felt like I really needed a boost, I was going to take 750.
That's so
and just
much.
really
Were pills your only source, or did you do coffee and stuff like that?
I was always drinking coffee, and like kind of, but and tea. I drank so much unsweetened tea and green tea So just lots and lots of caffeine all the fucking time. But pills, I would get those pills from Amazon, and that's like the cheapest way to get caffeine. I don't know how many milligrams they are, a couple hundred each, and you get like a couple hundred of them for $12. It's like,
yeah. So typically, people are using an array of different things that are not necessarily side effect free. Not that GLP-1 medications are side effect free either, but they don't crank your brain and your heart the same way that stimulants and some of the more addictive things might. So they're pretty great in what they do. And then they started to pick up steam and popularity as kind of celebrities were said to be using them and this and that. And so now they're just like everywhere.
Why is there, or has there been this shortage of product? Is it a thing in the supply chain? Is it a difficulty of production, or is it technology? Like what's the holdback?
Well, these drugs were initially developed for diabetics. So there was an amount that was produced to maintain the diabetic population with their medications. And then all of a sudden, once the Gen Pop found out you can take this stuff and lose weight, and it's better than pretty much every other drug option, like, holy shit, the demand went skyrocketing to a point where the diabetic people, some of them couldn't even get their medication because it was out of stock. So it's just like a demand has outpaced the supply.
Sorry, Grandma.
You think you're better than me, Grandma? I need abs.
Fashion season's coming up, Granny.
Like, for sure.
What do you care about swimsuit season, Grandma?
People using it for vanity is probably like a giant chunk of the customers now, whereas before it was only for legitimate medical conditions, and it's created like, a demand insufficient or supply insufficiency that has not yet caught up with the demand, essentially.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is Merrick able to fulfill like if someone wants some, should they go to Merrick? Like, it can
and like we will evaluate on a case by case basis. We can't guarantee you're going to get prescribed, but
of course,
it's I would absolutely recommend going there to get overseen by a professional who makes sure you don't fuck yourself up too, because oftentimes the dosage you get, if you just go to fill in the blank telemed company who's just pumping out scripts, there's not a professional who's overseeing to make sure you don't screw yourself up and end up vomiting the next day from overdosing. So, because that's if you look at the side effect profile in general, because it works by delaying gastric emptying, it can cause a lot of GI distress for people. Like vomiting is not an uncommon outcome while you're using it. And so the half-life of the drug is so long, you might end up dealing with that for days before it's out of your system enough.
Is that the biggest risk by far for the GLP-1 or whatever, just gastro stuff?
In general, from what we've seen and what we know, yes, but there is some odd stuff that we've seen too. Like, for example, this is not talked about often, but a lot of people, when they take it, even though it's not a stimulant, the resting heart rate jumps up 5 to 10 beats per minute. So like, I've used it and I know, like, I track my metrics when I sleep and whatnot. My resting heart rate goes from like 50 to 60 every single time I tried any GLP-1, regardless if it's semaglutide, tirzepatide. And that's kind of sketchy because it's like the higher your heart rate in general, like the faster you're going to kill yourself. So
only got so many beats in there.
Yeah, exactly. So, that no one really knows for sure what is the reason why, but typically the outcome of somebody losing a shit ton of weight outweighs whatever downside of that heart rate increase. But
we're talking about using it for vanity purposes, for losing 6 pounds.
That's where it's kind of questionable. We don't really know.
But for an obese person, it's like, if their net heart rate is going to go down a lot because it's already pumping so ridiculously.
Any number of like extreme solutions for the obese, honestly.
That's the crazy thing, though, is it is so significantly potent at doing whatever this thing is. There are people that still, on average, have a heart rate increase even when they lose 30 to 40 pounds.
Interesting. And then when they come off, the drugs, do they kind of go to their new normal, or do they just
their heart rate goes down, but then most of them gain the weight back because they can't control their appetite.
A real monkey's paw situation here.
Exactly.
We've uncovered.
What? Why is this live longer or live better? Clearly.
No, because they lose. He's saying they lose 40 pounds, and like where on the graph their heart rate should be, their heart rate is up.
Yeah,
Oh, I
and
understood what he said. I'm okay with the trade-off.
I am too. You know,
to be clear, though, this doesn't happen to everyone, and I don't want to make it seem like you're absolutely going to have this giant jump, but it's just worth noting and looking at if you're going to take this stuff or are on it. Because, like, when I look at my, I have a 8 Sleep. It's like a mattress that tracks your sleep metrics and stuff. It's like I have a chart that shows my last year resting heart rate, and then anytime I start a GLP-1, it's just like clear jump every single time. And
your mattress tracks your heart rate?
Yeah. So it's kind of like,
is it spelled with the letters or the number? Like, what is this?
The letters, I think, typically. But it's like, I've tried a lot of these like sleep tracking devices, like the rings, the wearables, and this thing is the best one, in my opinion, because it not only tracks your sleep to the same level of quality as stuff you have to wear without having to wear anything, but it also auto-regulates the temperature of your bed based on what would get you the perfect, most optimal sleep for your like body.
Do you pay for your mattress on a monthly subscription?
I'm sponsored, so I just get it.
Oh.
But I would buy it. I would still pay for it, even if it wasn't sponsored. Like, that's how much I like it.
See, that's a big turn off for us. I'm with Woody on this one. We were talking to one of our patrons in our $50 hangout, and they have a mattress that has just dual zones and maybe cooling, and it's like $20 a month that you pay for this mattress for those smart effects, and I just don't like that. Like, I know it's just $20 a month, but my mattress is
if I slept on my own, I might think more like that. But like, I don't know about you guys, but my girlfriend, she's like so much colder of a body temperature than I am for sleeping that if it was at my ideal temperature in the room and everything, she would fucking freeze. And if we had it for her, I would not even be able to sleep because it's so hot. So this thing splits down the middle with like a virtual line. And she's over here with like a super hot, warm, like perfect body temperature situation for her. And it doesn't touch my side at all. And I'm like over here in my Arctic cold side of the mattress. And it vibrates you to wake up, so you don't have an alarm that blares that wakes the other person.
That sounds a little scary the first time, though. I don't know
like
about that. Maybe they'll think the world's ending.
Do you ever fuck on it and check your metrics? Or her metrics, I guess. You're lying. You didn't come.
I've been flipping the data.
I've not flipped through the data. I've perused the data.
They gotta add that as a feature on the next upgrade for sure.
My mattress says you did like it.
That's a no. He's not checking. Yeah, subscription service. Or I want to get back to the retail talk about lock and load. What can we really say about that?
Well, what I can say is since we talked last, Gorilla Mind has expanded quite a bit to where we're one of the top brands in the vitamin shop in GNC now, which is exciting because it gives us the opportunity to just be like, hey, here's a new formula we think you guys would dig. Put it on your shelf. And they most of the time are into it because it's something new and exciting. So in their sexual health category, we have a product called Sigma, which is a testosterone booster. And in the vitamin shop, it's the best-selling testosterone booster by quite a bit. And they've been asking, make something else that's like, adjacent to it. And personally, I'm not one to make a fluff version of another product that does the same thing. Like often you'll see these companies will make, there's this one ridiculous company that we compete against. I think they're called Nugenics, and they have like the same test booster like 5 different times. It's like Nugenics Hardcore, Nugenics Thermo, Nugenics whatever, black version. It's like this is all the same shit essentially. But to people who are unaware, they just eat it up and think, I got to get this one or I got to get this one because this is the fat burner test booster or whatever. So we're not going to do that. So what is the natural next actual complementary thing to Sigma? Lock and load. It's like a totally additive, not overlapping really to any significant degree product. Some of the vitamins overlap a bit, but ultimately like it's for semen volume more than anything, whereas the other product is so
there is
I think that's
like hard for it.
I think that's the 1-2 punch that would crush on shelves, and I just don't know how receptive some like the bigger chains are. Like we're in Walmart too. We'll probably pitch it to them if it does well. But yeah, I'm thinking in the short term, GNC and the vitamin shop, I think cumulatively it's like a couple thousand stores probably nationwide. I think they'd be into it. And yeah, we'll see how that goes if they are into it.
I hope we don't have to take the cum shots off the bottle. That's my biggest concern, Taylor.
Yeah, we got to draw a hard line somewhere.
If we have to choose between some sort of cum business and, our integrity, the integrity of having the cum stains in the bottle, I think I know where you stand.
Yes, the money.
No, Taylor, no.
when I was battling hard in our group chat for the cum splatters, I'm like, this is going to be a one-off, like it'll sell really well for 3 days and then that'll be the end of the jizz biz, so we better make it funny and also make sure it works, obviously, so people would like it. Like, I don't think any of us pictured that we'd be like, oh yeah, have you heard of GNC in the Vitamin Shop? Yeah, the largest retail distributors of supplements globally. Yeah, I think they're going to put our cum pills in. That's awesome. So I if we could get into Walmart with these, we would have to remove the cum splatters. For that, we'd have to have a special run for them. Maybe not. Hopefully not.
You never know, man. Like,
come up with another name for what they are. Just make something up. Those are bullseyes.
They would like it. I don't know. Man, I don't know much about the distribution process when it comes to Vitamin Shop and GNC, but like, what's the kind of the turn like on the other product, the Sigma, like kind of pieces per store per week?
That I would have to get you guys the numbers on after the show probably, but it's been good. Like, I think in general, if I was to look at what we do online versus in the store, it's probably like the same numbers online as in store, so it could like double the output potentially.
That's excellent.
So I think in general it like sets a precedent too for like, here is data showing we have a highly successful product in specialty stores like the Vitamin Shop and GNC. Would you guys be willing to go outside the scope of your typical product to feature this because we think it'll crush to Walmart or like wherever? And if they have test boosters at one time, that was probably seen as like a weird product or whatever. So,
I don't know.
I remember buying T-Bomb 2 in like 2001 and thinking I had scored steroids and being so psyched and taking so much of it, my piss turned green.
Dude, back then it probably did have steroids.
There was we did get real sweaty and angry.
I mean, well, I'm just stuck on the retail. Walmart does have a sex section. In their pharmacy area. And so like, it's not like Walmart of 20 years ago where that was like a hidden tucked away little corner in the
Walmart sells vibrators now. They've got I think that's their most edgy thing is that like, if you go to where the condoms and lube are, they've got those, I don't know which, maybe Trojan like made their own vibrator and snuck it into their products, which is like a genius idea.
But here's the thing. We wouldn't want to be in the sex toy section. We'd want to be in the pharmaceutical section. Perceived efficacy is very important.
Well, yeah, I want to be right next to aspirin, not next to lubricant, Taylor. Of course, that makes more sense.
No, not next to aspirin, in the sexual health section of the pharmacy.
Oh, wow.
They call the departments apparently personal care and health and medicine are the two that you would find.
How sanitized.
The vibrators is.
That's where you get the vibrators. That's where horny ladies are going and jacking it. Well, that should be awesome.
Huh. They have Manscaped now in Walmart. That's interesting. Huh.
Manscaped.
Yeah. Some of these like influencer type products are like going mainstream. It's cool to see.
Yeah. Dollar Shave Club really fell off. I feel like I don't see them anywhere anymore. Now
I always wonder if it's like when acquisitions happen, if they are actually so successful they just don't need to promote on podcasts anymore, or if it's like they're actually falling off. Because at least
was that a catch and kill acquisition? Maybe like Gillette bought them, right?
Oh, I don't know. That could be the case too. Maybe.
I think Woody is right. I don't think he's remembering. Yeah, it could have been a catch and kill thing.
Don't you hate that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just run the competition out and keep your prices high.
I like it when the UFC does it though.
Love it when the UFC does it.
Yeah, they're the only ones allowed.
They should be poor and motivated. Like I don't want rich.
Yes,
fighters.
poor, motivated, and they should all fight in the same league so I can see my favorite fighters fight each other.
Dude,
and I want to throw a regular in there every now and then.
Who's winning on Saturday? Tapuria or Holloway?
I think it's gonna be. We were talking about that before the show. My heart is with Holloway, but if I had to bet, I would bet on Tapuria. And then in the other fight, which I think is the cooler fight, Khamzat, who's had I think 5 of his last 6 have been canceled or something like that, something crazy because of various injuries, COVID hangovers, and all sorts of ridiculous shit. And then one of his opponents also got injured. Just all sorts of crazy shit. He came out, he was super active. He had like 3 fights in 6 months or something like that. And he's reviled. I can't stand him. But he's fighting Bobby Knuckles, our main man from down under. So I'm looking forward to that fight. That fight's more interesting to me even than the main event, the Holloway fight. But I feel like this might be the end of Holloway's career.
Is it Saturday night normal time?
I think they're in. They've got to be in the Middle East for Khamzat to fight because of his association with the Chechen warlord.
Yeah, I mean, you hold that against him, but I like the way you fight.
I know you don't hold that against him. You like the terrorist. You side with them.
I do. Yeah.
No, they seem pretty cool. They have a real devil may care attitude with their facial hair.
You remember Trump was always some of those people in New Jersey dancing after 9/11.
I didn't know he knew about me.
Yeah, that was them.
I don't think you fit the profile of the people he's concentrating.
Yeah, that hate in their hearts, even in the early 2000s. What are you gonna do? I
just like them because they devote their entire lives to fighting, and like it's not their job, it's their life. The Muslim fighters live and breathe fighting in a way that's beyond what like Chael Sonnen or John Jones do. It's their friend group, it's their lifestyle, it's everything about them, and they're just heckin' driven to fight harder.
Dude,
and
to make your point, there was a great moment at this week's press conference. They got all the fighters on the stage, and Dana White has the microphone, and this guy in the audience gets the mic, and immediately you hear that Khabib like accent, that like Georgian Kazakhstani accent, and he's like, Dana White, take a chance on me. I am 9-0. And he's like, you're 9-0? And he's like, how old are you? 25. Huh? Come on up here. Yeah, all right. And like sends him to the back to Hunter Thompson to do some paperwork. He's like, yeah, we'll take a look at you. Like immediately just looking at that guy in the crowd and hearing that accent from that region, he was like, yeah, we'll see what you're about. Sure.
Yeah, that's cool. I love it when Dana White does generous stuff like that. Now it's gonna be a win-win if this guy is somebody, but every so often, like I saw a guy tweet, like, "Look at my pictures for the big fight," and he's behind this awful column and can't see the fight at all. And Dana White sees the tweet. He's like, "Get down here with me." Yeah, and the guy had the best seats in the house. Every so often, Dana comes up big like that, and I like it.
That's the dream, is to get those Donald Trump seats and be able to sit right there on the other side of the cage so that your eyes do that focus through thing and completely make the cage invisible, because otherwise it's worthless. Oh, I wanted to ask you about this, Derek. You went on the Joe Rogan experience. What was that like?
Yeah, the first time I went, it was pretty nerve-wracking, I would say.
Same as this, yeah.
Actually, the first time I did your guys' show, I was probably more nervous than the first Joe Rogan one, because it was like the first big podcast I'd ever done.
So, oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I remember shitting my pants for that one. But yeah, it was good. It was a lot more smooth and fluid than I had anticipated. I wasn't really sure how well we'd click, but he's kind of a bro, so it wasn't too hard to, and obviously a professional talker, so even if you're just sitting there, he'll somehow make it work.
He'll carry, if you need to be carried. Dude, I saw you talk to him about John Jones. And Rogan kind of pretends that he believes Jones never did steroids. Yeah. And did John Jones do steroids?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. What's your evidence?
Well, I would have. There's a clip on the JRE channel where I summarize it in like 15 minutes, and it's like, I would say a perfectly consolidated breakdown of that I couldn't put any more eloquently, but because the timeline, I would probably misstate something at this point because it's been a while since I've looked at it. But in general, it was a couple different times he popped, and the excuses were, kind of weak, but fairly like they had holes in them, and some of his urine test results were kind of overlooked entirely. That looked a bit finicky as well, like heavy levels of suppression that you would typically only see when you're on hormones. And it kind of just got skated over because he said, gas station dick pills, or he bought, I don't even remember what it was, but
they would just mispronounce picograms enough times to be like, nobody really knows what a picogram is. It's a grain of salt in the Salt Lake, Utah, or whatever the fuck it is. And you're like, oh, I guess it's just not much.
Dude, they sold me with the picograms because, all right, so the deal with the picograms,
you don't know this. Kyle's a denier. And he doesn't believe.
I'm not a
John Jones took
denier.
steroids.
No, I don't believe Arnold Schwarzenegger took steroids either. He's my hero. I used to be like that when I was a kid. I remember when I was like 13 years old, like working out in the basement, and they had an Arnold poster, and I was like, he never cheated. Like, I just remember having that thought, like he wouldn't cheat. He beat
Mark
him all
McGuire's a
clean.
good man. He wouldn't do the things they're accusing. This Chicago media is accusing him of.
In 97, we all knew those guys were cheating. That's all. All the adults were talking
His
about.
forearms look like thighs.
They didn't look real.
wild.
Yeah,
Impressive.
yeah.
Was after you finished on Rogan, I always wonder, like, does he like want to hang out? He seems like the kind of dude that's like, after you'd finish, he'd be like, I built a bow and arrow place here, and there's a place where you can fight robots and you can golf in this simulator, like just like a kid with $1 zillion. Was there any of that?
It kind of depends what his schedule's like, because sometimes he has like commitments he has to make it to, but in general, it's just kind of like I would say as close to the equivalent as showing up to your friend's place for a podcast as you would think, but with like really expensive stuff around you.
Does he pay for your flight and your hotel and everything?
No.
Oh, so the guests self-fund what it takes to get there?
Well, I don't know about everyone, but I mean, in general, I would think that anyone going on Rogan would pay for themselves. That would be wild to even ask after being invited, like, hey, so you're going to pay for my...
Oh, I
Hey,
see
I
where
know,
you're coming from. But like, I think that if you get on, I don't know, Ellen DeGeneres' show, is she still on TV? Like, they pay your hotel and your airfare and stuff to get you on the show.
Depends who you are and how much of a get you are. Like when Derek's right about someone like Rogan, it's like, hey, Joe, thanks for putting me on the largest platform run by a human at this point in history. Can you pay for this Hilton bill? Like, who do I bill this to? And he'd be like, what the fuck?
It says $384. You know, I have bills to pay.
You run up a bar tab.
Typically, the way he would, it's a lot less, I would say, kind of like official as you might think too. Like, at least for me, when I talk to him, next time you're in Austin, like, give me a shout and like, come on, kind of thing. Not let's plan a specific date with like logistics all figured out, and I'll make sure, you know, he's not offering to book hotels or flights, and there's no discussion of that really at all. It's just kind of like, hey, when you're around next time, give me a shout and let's line up.
I think you've been, you know, he got into your shit and learned about it a bit, and now I see him and his guests like reference you when it comes to like as a subject matter expert. And it's cool to see that he'd be like, you know, Derek, More Plates, More Dates, you know him, right? All right, then you understand what I'm talking about here. This guy's cheating. like you're like this base level of knowledge that he's making sure people have before he like touches on a subject. It's cool.
Yeah. Next time you're on there, you should ask how big Joe's cums are. And
I'll be on in December, so yeah, I'll try and remember that.
Definitely open with that. How big are your thumbs, Joe? And he'd answer seriously because he's like, "This is my highest level expert friend. There must be something important about this question that's reminiscent of other aspects of health."
Health related.
And then you're like, "Nope. Do you want to come more, big boy?"
Call them big boys the kicker.
I came bearing gifts. Just drop one of these on the table. Ruin my opportunity to ever come back by plugging something.
Right? Have you ever thought about changing your background? Because I hope you never do.
No, it's a lot easier to do nothing than to change it, first of all. And I don't know. I think it's like relatable and kind of like
the success of your company has made it so you can have any background you want. You could be in a high rise with the view of Central Park or something. Like it guys, his supplement company is doing really, really well. But here you are, not a change. That could be your dad's basement for all I know.
Some people think it is. Yeah.
I've seen Taylor use that as his green screen for a while. Just the wood paneling and is that an old intercom system? Is that what that is?
It's a secret what it is, but the running predominant theory is that it's the sauna controls that control the temperature in here.
Okay. Okay.
I remember one of my friends' parents, when I was like a little kid, had one of those on the downstairs, like just an old speaker, and they would use the thing, like the mom would be like, dinner time, and like in my head I thought these people were wealthy beyond imagination. To have that sort of technology.
I
Dude,
remember we were touring houses, and one of them had an intercom, and I was like, "This is some George Jetson shit. The future is now, boys. Look at this."
I associated it with class because it removes the need to yell across your house, which to me doesn't vibe
low class.
nice. Yeah.
Decades ago, this was cutting edge shit right here.
It still is. If an EMP goes off, that'll work, would it? I don't know. I don't know how that works.
You get to say things.
Yeah, whatever. I shouldn't have second guessed myself.
Speaking of Rogan, so he's got Trump coming on in.
Is that true? I keep
saw that.
Everything.
I heard that.
I think they confirmed it now that
They
Trump's
confirmed it. I heard Kamala was going on, and then I heard she denied it, and now it's a good source. Just like tweets.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would love it, and it would be so funny if like it was 4 hours of not even tangentially approaching politics, just being like, Joe, I'm not sold on this giant yeti you're saying is living in the mountains. I don't get it. Where's the evidence? And he's just
Gigantophithecus. You've got to understand there's fossil evidence. No, that would be good. I hope.
Donald, have you ever heard of Göbekli Tepe?
You know Randall Carlson,
old Turkish civilization that they say is like
who would be the best guest?
Undercover.
Who would be the best guest for Rogan to sort of bring on with Trump and from his universe, like Alex Jones? Like if Alex Jones showed up out of nowhere, he's like, "Mr. President, I need to talk to you about a few things. I've run into some financial trouble, some legal tragedies, if you will, have befallen me."
He interrupts too much. I might prefer Eddie Bravo. Like same level of crazy, but a little better at waiting for his turn.
Who's like a funny person that like Trump could play off of? Like Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis. There's Shane Gillis in the mix, and that would be hysterical.
He does the impression and everything really well. That would be fun. What I hope he does is what kind of the nerdy part of me has always wanted to people to ask presidents, and it's about like aliens and UFOs and stuff like that. I want to know some stuff about that. I want to know. I want him to ask Trump to his face stuff about that, and Bigfoot too. I don't believe in Bigfoot, but ask him about it. Do you believe in Bigfoot, Mr. President? Do you think it's possible?
Nah, I was joking. Don't waste time on Bigfoot. I'd waste a little time on aliens.
I object to the idea that this is a waste of time. I'm on Kyle's team here. I desperately want. I bet when Trump was elected, like it got power, one of the first things he asked was about aliens.
I bet like if you asked like whatever CIA handler team gets assigned to all the new incoming presidents, and you like got to interview whatever little club that is, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, aliens first question for all of them." Like every single one, ever since fucking Eisenhower, they're dying to know.
And JFK, like, what does he know about JFK?
Yeah, he didn't release
all the secrets.
I think those documents were scheduled to be released to the public, and Trump like kicked the can down the road when it came time. It may have been Biden, but it was recent when it happened. Because I remember watching Oliver Stone's JFK, tremendous movie about it, by the way, with a crazy good cast, with my dad, my mom, like, I don't know, when I was 15, and my dad not thinking he would live this long, being like, "When you get in 2024, y'all look into this." I specifically remember him saying this to us when we were kids. Like maybe not the year, but like they at the end of the movie they say, you know, it's been classified until the year 2023 or something like that at the end of this movie. I specifically remember my dad being like, y'all look into this whenever they release that information. Good God. And they just kick the can down the road. They won't tell us what happened.
Whatever happened to that dude who he had one of the biggest episodes on Rogan ever, and it was all about aliens and some spaceship that he found or something. Do you remember that guy?
Oh yeah. That's
yes,
the guy who claimed to have worked at Area 51. His name's escaping me right now. He had it was weird. During his appearance, he claimed to have like a migraine or something and to have a hard time concentrating. And it was like, well, man, maybe we could have done this tomorrow. Like
Bob Lazar. He's like
Bob Lazar,
the highest viewed podcast ever on
That's
the
awesome.
channel.
Like a futurist
Really?
with the last name Laser.
You know the Bob Lazar like lore, right, Taylor? He's the guy who, he worked at Caltech or MIT or something like that. And
you've told me about this guy. Yes.
Yeah, one of the he claims he was recruited to work on captured UFOs and try to reverse engineer them, and that he looked at them, saw multiple kinds of them, and he said he described how they were powered, and the only thing that can really be substantiated is he described their hand scan biometric entry at that Air Force base, like years before that was public information. And it's like, well, he worked there. Like he kind of knew the layout of the building. Like clearly he worked there. And then there is some evidence that some of his documents have been like erased after the fact, because I don't think there's any evidence that he has a degree of any kind. And yet he was definitely recruited by the Air Force to work on something at Area 51. So
yeah, I believe he was working on something.
It's a weird mystery behind that guy. I don't know about the alien spacecraft thing.
This podcast is 5 years old now. There's got to be something since then that's of note, you would think.
Well, yeah. Lazar's been talking that game since like the 80s. Like there's this old TV footage telling the same story as he's telling now from 30, 40 years ago or something like that. So I don't know. I don't think I believe aliens flew here in a ship and crashed and then we captured them. I'm not sure if I believe that. Something else might have happened though. I do kind of like that theory that they're time travelers, Taylor, that it's us in those ships and that we've time traveled back to this time in our like TARDISes, and every now and then somebody fucks up and crashes and we scoop that shit up.
What are we traveling back in time to do? Just to confuse people in the past?
Do research, do time travel shit. Maybe they need some genetic material from us.
Time travel shit,
bro. What I mean, like how many memes are there about like what dudes would do if they could time travel? You'd go back and you'd give some little nudges here and there. Who knows how awful our reality would be without the help of the time travelers?
I don't know if I like this theory. If I had time travel capabilities, I would go back and immediately take advantage of it. I wouldn't be like, I'm gonna,
That's why you only allow the chrono people. No, only the chrono cops have access to TARDISes. So they're above reproach.
I think you're thinking of Looper, which is a movie with Bruce Willis.
Oh,
R.I.P. or mentally R.I.P.
Yeah, mentally R.I.P. Poor Bruce Willis, right? Like toward the end there, it got embarrassing. He made 11 movies in 2 years. That's the exact number. And he's got an earpiece in, and they're just feeding him the lines. And he's like in front of green screens or like walking in front of potted plants and shit. And they're like cut to him saying a thing, but then they'll show the back of some other bald, sweaty man. It's like, that's not Bruce Willis.
Yeah. Dude, I didn't like it may have been a family member of his or something, but they did that thing where they posted him and his face post dementia, where he's got like that that open mouth and like shocked, eyes. And it's like, don't do that to your dad or your brother or whatever.
I think that was
Bruce Willis. Hide him away. Like, give him the dignity of not photographing him when he's like that.
He always looked a little dopey, so I think maybe you're reading into it.
No, well, I mean, it's certainly not as bad as
come on,
this is a perfect one. This is fine.
That guy was one of the last.
He's got a little memento thrown in, so he looks in the.
Yeah, I know. In case he doesn't know who he is, my weightlifting belt says Woody on it. In case I forget.
That guy's one of the last remaining bald guys that people look to as this is an attractive bald guy, so don't worry about going bald.
Jason Statham.
Yeah,
he's holding it up. He's holding it up.
Him and The Rock are holding it down.
The Rock's almost mutated at this point, though. Like he's kind of turned the corner from like good looking guy to like weird looking guy. He's kind of odd looking these days. He's getting old and he's getting big.
Jason Statham,
he's always getting bigger.
Yeah, dude, The Rock. I feel like a ticking time bomb for sure.
How does he keep getting bigger every year?
Just doesn't give a fuck about the
just doesn't give a shit. Pump more into me, Doc. I'm The Rock.
Like, his persona is so centered around his like presence that I feel like until he achieves whatever like the final goal is, maybe it's presidency or something, he's gonna like maintain this.
Like John Cena is a good example of toning it down to a healthier level, because John Cena WWE, oh my god, he is so like poofy and big. His pecs look like huge. A bodybuilder. Like he looks like that's his like best body part. Maybe he looks abhuman. And then now you see him in like Peacemaker and some of the other stuff he does, and he still is like an extraordinary looking human being. But he doesn't look. See, this is even older. This is years ago. This is
he's bigger now.
He's way bigger now.
He's bigger than this now. I guess I don't watch Rock movies.
He looks good here. I don't usually think of him as having much of a V shape, but
he's done the opposite of most people. He's gone from like age 25 is the worst physique he's ever had, and then now at 50, he looks way better, or like way bigger than he ever has.
Bigger, yeah. See, he's got a bit of a Brock Lesnar like.
This is old too.
Abs thing.
This is old too, yeah.
And so what you're saying, Derek, is there's no potential downsides to this.
He's just gargantuan.
I wonder what he looks like now. We can't get a current pic, I guess.
Yeah, like go to his social media or something like that, because I feel like he looks rough. I feel he looks like his head's got these indentations in it now that don't look normal. Like
gaming,
growth hormone, and getting older.
Why do they take that growth hormone? That just seems so sketchy at large doses. That if it's going to change your bone structure, and you're a guy who gets your photograph taken from every angle every week,
it enhances your connective tissue integrity, bone quality, enhances sleep. Like there's reasons to take it, especially if you're trying to maintain a physique.
But you become mega mind.
How much does it cost
to avoid getting injured and like maintaining the size he does? Growth hormone would be like pretty helpful.
What's a mild growth hormone regimen cost per month?
If you're getting it from a pharmacy legitimately, like a couple, like over $1,000 a month easily.
But that price drops to what when you go not so legitimately?
If you went to like Chinese black market generic, probably like
the good stuff,
like $200 a month maybe.
Yeah, it's a complete difference.
Yeah.
It's decimated.
And a little rat poison mixed in, and you're good to go.
No, they wouldn't do that to you, or you wouldn't be able to get that.
They
good
do
Chinese
it to
stuff.
freaking baby formula. You think they won't do it to this?
China has no respect for babies, but they love their bodybuilders. Okay,
it's like not
you got to
for human
understand the industry.
Yeah.
My
As
favorite
far as the
factoid about the Chinese supplements is how, it came out when the John Jones dick pill stuff was. He had experts arguing his case, and they talked about how they would mix one chemical in the same machinery, and then they wouldn't really sanitize it before they switched over to a completely different chemical, and there'd be a little bit of like the other thing left in for this new thing. And I was like, yeah, but what are the odds that thing that fell into John Jones' dick pill was a steroid that helps UFC fighters?
Probably
low. Right?
Yeah. Have you ever seen how
isn't he so lucky?
Let me ask Derek this. I picture like a giant, KitchenAid mixer, but large enough to put a body in. And then they just don't fully clean it and make the next thing. They must mostly clean it. Is there any realistic chance that you're going to pop because of the previous thing that they made in that machine?
Yeah, so at the detection limits they have, it's actually pretty easy to have cross-contamination and stuff coming from China. But this is where, if you're the best fighter on the planet, to think that you wouldn't have the prudence to only take like NSF-approved supplements or whatever, like it's often thought to be a cop-out excuse. It's not always, certainly not, but it's wild that you would be the top of your sport and not think of this when you know how prominent like some of these cases are. And then no matter what happens, like a lot of people don't believe you, and it's tarnished your reputation forever, regardless if you're innocent or not. So
I think they all do it. I think DC's pissed hot. I mean, he was an Olympic wrestler. I just can't imagine he did that clean. I think we watched him cheat with the towel thing, which I think is just as much of a cheat as the steroid, use is.
It's different because I like him.
Of course it is. Come
on.
I think all the top guys, when you look at some of the output of production cardiovascularly, like the amount of go that some guys just have, that seems abhuman. And it's like, okay, maybe there's that once in a million fluke, like a Max Holloway. I'm not suggesting maybe he's on anything, but when I see somebody else doing that Kamzat guy, he goes and goes and goes and goes. It's like, I just feel like he's doing something. I just feel like he's blood doping, or like I want to see his red blood cell count. You know what I mean? I want to know what's going on, and that's inside that guy's head.
It makes sense. Like I believe the Diaz brothers are drug free because their whole identity. Okay, I shouldn't have bad phrasing. They're performance enhancing drug free.
For what it's worth, I've talked to Hunter at length about this, and the standards in the UFC are a lot higher than they were with USADA in the picture. And I don't know if you've seen some of the recent stories on USADA, but it was like literally covering up positive doping tests to avoid certain scrutiny that would come about from that result. Just like letting guys pop and then continue to compete if they ratted on other people, even though they knew they were taking literal like heavy doses of gear. It was kind of crazy what they were letting some people do. So them out of the picture has seemingly allowed Hunter to elevate the standard quite a bit. And I think if you were going to compare sports, like UFC is one of the tighter ones for sure. And it's definitely less prevalent than it was in the past. But even he doesn't think it's like entirely clean. Like there's definitely ways to squeak through still.
Yeah, I just think, especially with the guys who are connected in the Middle East, maybe like there's just got to be some secret sports scientist doctor somewhere in a lab, like literally in a lab somewhere going, ooh, looking at a beaker full of go juice that they can't detect.
A lot of
your point, location.
Logistic complications of testing dudes out of the States, though, too. Like,
people go to Thailand to train, but it's not all about the coaches and their training partners. It's also about being in Thailand where no one tests you. So you can do a cycle over there and just say, man, I learned so much in Thailand. Now my biceps are huge.
Yeah, even if you get tested, which a lot of these guys will be when they're not in the States still, it's not like there isn't higher barriers to the testing getting facilitated to where you would be able to know ahead of time much easier than somebody in the States who just has somebody like showing up at their door hypothetically. So
yeah, it's a weird thing. And I just remember when the baseball records were getting broken and Hank Aaron's record, who was a Brave, was getting broken. And I hated it so much.
Who broke his record?
I think Barry Bonds did. I think he has the most home runs total, like 564 total or 764 or something. He hit so many goddamn it's total home runs, I think is the record.
Okay.
But it's like a clear cheater, right? Like someone who's not even cheating just a little, like the big cheater, the guy who ballooned up like The Rock and hit home runs long after he should have beat your guy's record. I hated it so much because I just feel, and I don't know. Maybe in the UFC, I almost want them to be on something for cardio, though. Like, I don't want them to get gigantic. Back when they had like Uberim days, when you had guys looking way too enormous. That's too much, clearly.
So you just want the big giant guys to be able to kind of go at it longer so they don't get gassed?
That and like anything that would support like recovery, not anything that would support recovery, because that includes a lot of things that are just going to make them gigantic and scary. Like, I don't want them to be like WWE stars. I just want them to be not hurt all the time because it's such a violent sport. Like, when they go out, even if you win, it's like you had a car accident. They got ligament damage and bone bruises and broken ribs and popped. Like I didn't even know what a popped rib is. There's that cartilage that connects your ribs together. And apparently it's fairly regular for these guys to like pop that cartilage loose. Like the ribs go in different ways and the cartilage comes loose from one of them. They just, I popped a rib. That sounds excruciating.
Sounds awful.
Most sports are better for watching. Maybe it's my age, but I'm like, man, I don't want to fight. I like watching it.
Dude, you see some of the injuries now in the NFL. Like, I'm not even an NFL viewer. I am when I pretend to be a Chiefs fan because they're good. It's easy. But like, you'll just see some guy with I saw a guy with his foot turned cartoon style 100% the wrong direction, not 90 degrees like Daffy
backwards.
Duck's bill.
I've
like,
done that
totally
both
spun.
feet, one at a time, but yeah,
that's just turning around.
Whoa, did you hang on before we go to you turn your foot all the way around, Woody?
Yeah, once was learning to fly, the other was trapped under a motorcycle. Both
now let me ask you this,
leg.
because like while it's turned around, it's got to be like that's got to be painful, and getting it back the other way has got to be a relief, right?
Nah, it didn't hurt that much.
Okay, never mind. Tough guy.
Yeah.
Tough guy.
No, it really doesn't hurt. I don't think broken bones are as painful as people make it out to be. I've broken every arm, every leg, my nose, I fingers, I get toes, everything, and it doesn't really hurt that much.
On the other end of it, Kyle, if I saw that happen to you, I think I might cry.
Yeah. When I broke mine, it hurt so much.
Wait, what'd you break?
So much. The bottom of my ankle, I twisted it not all the way around, but far enough that it broke. Playing baseball. My right ankle that's the one that hurts the most now. Huh? It was excruciating.
I'm actually surprised. I'm not pretending to be.
There was a
pop.
pop.
It genuinely doesn't hurt that much.
There was a pop that I remember like reverberating through the bone, wiggly style, and I heard it. I heard it go pop when it broke, and I was laying on home plate screaming like a child because I was. I guess I was like 14 or something like that, but it was so painful. And I remember they said it was just a sprain. They had me walking on it, and then I woke up in so much pain I was like screaming. and they took me back to the ER, and it was broken, and they'd had me walking around on a broken foot for like 2 days or something like that. But yeah, that was incredibly painful, but nothing like what you did when you turned your foot around backwards like Daffy Duck's bill.
The broken bone's not that big a deal. It was the soft tissue stuff that takes forever to heal and rehab and all that. It sucks. With the exception of my arm, every time I broken something, I like kind of hoped it wasn't broken. The arm was like a Z. The forearm, like, can't show it, went up and then back. Like it, you just knew, like, oh shit, I'm not supposed to have 2 elbows. But everything else, it didn't. I mean, it. I think there's a little bit of shock going on. It just doesn't hurt that bad.
The nose, I agree with. Like, I broke my nose a couple times, and it's like it's the amount of blood that's alarming. Both times it happened. Once when I was 7, once when I was 13, and like it's a scary for like a 7-year-old. It's a horrifying amount of blood. But I even remember like I like saw it and it was crooked and like clearly cracked, and I couldn't like there wasn't really any pain. It's just scary because it's like I've never seen this amount of blood leave my body before, and am I gonna die?
Derek,
I want to tell this. I broke my nose 4 times, and 3 of the times it was like, shit, here we go again. But I was like still me and with it. Another time I got punched in the nose. It was that one where I had my arm in the sling and it was paralyzed. And a guy just decked me, leveled me, broke my nose in 2 places.
I can't believe he hit a guy in a sling.
yeah, dude. And then he claimed I didn't have the sling on in court. There's blood all over the sling. He was like, he wasn't aware that. Good. All right. So, but to this day, it is like 30 some years later. I remember just how much I wanted to like I was like, all right, time out. I can't. Oh my God. I'm leaning over. I'm seeing all the blood on the pavement. And it completely took the fight out of me, and it's impacted my sense of who I am.
Did y'all get? Oh, it absolutely takes the fight out of you. Did y'all get surgeries at all for your noses, or get them popped back in? Yeah,
I was supposed to, but I just lived with a big nose instead.
Both times.
They put you under, like completely asleep. Yeah.
I've said before, my mom opted to have the doctor do a little plastic surgery on me when I was like 13 because I used to have a hump in my nose.
Your mom was the best. She hooked you up with Accutane too.
Shout out, mom. She was great. And I remember her. She was just like, while you're in there, just go ahead and shave that down. Get some nice right angles in there.
Holy
and so
shit.
to this day, it's like weird.
5% better looking because of that.
What if she'd given you like a cute little girl nose, like accidentally?
If I look like a Japanese girl.
Can you imagine? Yeah, like a Japanese anime girl, and your dad's like, God damn it! What have you done to him? He looks like little Bo Peep in there.
I've already been yelling at him because he waves to people like this. I'm trying to get that out of him. That was a real point of frustration by my dad when I was like a very young kid, as people would leave and I'd be like, bye, and like flap my hand at him, and my dad would be like, Taylor, what are you doing? And I'd be like, and I'm like, I don't understand what I'm doing wrong here. He'd be like, you wave like this, and I'm like, yeah, I am. Just flapping my hand. I'm skipping around. The first day I did well in hockey practice, he must have been like, all right, God, we're going back to church. Like,
you wrote a check that day. Derek, didn't you get, if I remember correctly, weren't you bouncing and then someone sucker punched you?
Yeah, so I've never had a broken nose, but I've had the zygoma was like pushed in from getting sucker punched one night when I was bouncing. It was like end of the night, had to close up, and in general, you have like a certain amount of time where you're willing to, you know, you have to walk around and kind of do the rounds and just tell people time to go, lights are on, get out of here. And one dude just like was kind of, I don't know, giving me shit all night sort of thing. Or at least was like giving signs of being kind of like, I don't know, off. And then, he sucker punched me at the end of the night, and I had to get this bone like pushed back out, or else it would be like sunken, I guess.
What led to it? Tell me more about the conversations and the like low level conflict that happened that night.
I think it was just like it at that bar I was working at. There's kind of a, it's not like everyone gets in. You kind of pick and choose who gets in, and sometimes it's as significant as only hot girls get in, and ugly ones you have to make up an excuse why they can't get in. So, like when the Vancouver Canucks are playing fill in the blank team, the opposing team would typically come party at that bar. It was like a more private, low amount of people location with low capacity limits, and it's like a really kind of quiet private place for them to party. It was like a champagne lounge, it was called. And typically we would, when those teams would come in, we'd have just the team, and then we'd have to pick and choose girls based on like how attractive we think they are, which is pretty fucking crazy.
Interactive? Are you picking sluts for the opposing hockey team? Is that what you're saying? All right.
Yeah. So like you deem the quality like as they're at the door, and the other ones you have to make up a reason why they couldn't get in. And for dudes, you would end up turning everyone away if they weren't on the team.
I'm sorry. Do you play for the Carolina Hurricanes? Fuck, you don't? Then you're not getting it.
You'd be like, sorry, dude, we're at capacity. And then you'd like let some chick in right beside them.
And they're like, oh, I get it. Because I'm not a professional athlete, you're not going to let me in. It's like, yes, exactly. Uggo, get out of line.
Yeah, but and that's just one example of many where you'd have, you know.
But he was in, so why was he upset?
That guy, he had just kind of. I'm just giving like a primer of how like ridiculous the standards are of this place. But he was just like kind of belligerent and drunk, and I guess got a bit mouthy with me, and I got mouthy back, and obviously had it out for me by the end of the night where he wanted to like show me what's up, I guess. And when I told him like you got to get the fuck out because this guy was giving us a hard time just to leave the bar even once the lights were on.
Did you alpha him a little bit on the way out the door? Like, all right, bro, don't let the door hit you with a good Lord split.
Yeah. I definitely gave him enough of a reason, I guess, in his mind to justify swinging. But in my mind, it was like, let's get the fuck out, you know? Like, I want to go home and eat some taquitos, bro. Like,
I'm at work. Like, come on, let me leave.
Yeah.
Were there ever any good stories you remember of specific teams that they like stuck in your mind? Were like, golly, the fucking Calgary Flames are a madhouse.
Well, I don't want to lead this story yet.
I know he heard hockey and he's got a scent for it.
Yeah, I know. It's like squirrel.
Do you know Jarl Mildenauer?
That's not his name.
So before we go to Taylor's question,
did you get Jarl Mir to sign my stick?
Were you looking the other way?
Right.
Did he come? You just weren't expecting violence? Like he hit you?
Oh yeah, was not expecting violence at all. I was just like, this guy's a belligerent, like aggressive dude, maybe who not even aggressive, just like mouthy, you know. And if somebody's mouthy with you in the bar and you're a bouncer, like oftentimes it's like, the fuck are you doing, dude? Like it's just we're asking you to go home after we're closed. Like this isn't a weird request.
Yeah,
you know. So he just didn't like my.
So did anything happen to him? Other bouncers, police?
We got like tossed out by the other bouncers, and I don't even remember if they beat him up after or not, but hopefully.
Damn, you'd hope so, right?
Yeah.
But you're having surgery. It doesn't seem like justice was served.
Yeah, like I guess I had the opportunity to press charges if I wanted, but I mean, I just didn't. And it kind of was the catalyst to me starting my online stuff. So maybe I was just so happy with how that was going. I just didn't really give a fuck. So I never went back to the job after that, actually, because I started writing blog articles on my website, MorePlatesMoreDates.com, when I was injured. So while it was healing, I just started typing different articles about how to gain muscle, how to do this, how to do that. Started making YouTube videos in 2016, and then it kind of picked up steam. And I was like, why would I go bounce and deal with rowdy fucking people when I could just keep making content online and make more money? So that was kind of the blessing in disguise from that guy.
It's crazy when
really panned out. Shout out to that guy.
That guy,
dude,
Mr. Beast.
Huge shout out to that guy who assaulted Derek 9 years ago.
All right, Taylor, do you want to talk about hockey players scoring loose women?
I thought it followed. He brought up the Vancouver Canucks.
There was no more interesting dynamic than watching how girls would talk to what they perceived to be professional NHL players versus the average bar guy. So like on those nights when they thought it was just NHL players in the room, totally different behavior. And it was interesting too, because I'm tall, white, and I guess look like I might play hockey.
Sure.
So they often thought I was on the team. No,
And I was wearing a jersey, and
Did
I had
you
a stick.
disabuse them
So
of this notion, or just roll into it?
we used to like have a joke in among the bouncers that I would just like after work go leave with the team and start playing like in the game and just like play out the weirdest scenarios. But like for the night, the chicks would think anyone who looked like they were dressed well and played hockey was a hockey player, and just really interesting to see the social dynamics in itself, but also I don't know. I've never seen athletes that looked less like professional athletes than NHL players.
A lot of them are smaller than you think.
Yeah, they're
And
just
it's like, how the hell did you get in the league? And he's like, I'm actually pretty quick. And
It's
it's
just-
like, all right.
Yeah, it's just like 'cause in Canada too. Like a lot of the best hockey players come from Canada, unlike other sports. So
Mhm.
it didn't look much different than some of the guys that would just like go to a house party with like 2 years ago, in high school. I was like, this guy just looks like a fucking frat bro.
Yeah, this is just a normal looking frat guy who makes, what is it? Oh, $9 million a year. Fuck.
Yeah. But
That would be fun.
specifics about which teams I don't recall, but it was interesting because the Canucks very rarely came. It was always the other team.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, they probably had their own.
So what
local
were the
bar.
girls like when they were? I guess they were trying to pick you up, thinking you were a meal ticket.
Yeah, they'd be like, how long are you in town for? Like, oh, like what's it like playing hockey? Just like what's a pickup line a girl could come up with that is they think is good. Often, which is interesting because typically almost never happens where they would come up to you and try and like hit you with a line. So having some 10 out of 10 chick come up to you and try to run a pickup line, quite an interesting situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were just like way more apt to talk and open to whatever and smiling at every single thing you said, even if it was stupid. Just kind of what you'd expect.
Did you play into it ever where they're like, so how long are you in town? And you're like, well, we go to St. Louis against the Blues on Tuesday, but
It was funny because the first couple times it happened, I was so oblivious. I was like, what are you talking about? I live here. And they were like, oh, like, how do you live here and play wherever? I was like, what the
have my
fuck
own
are you
plane, you dumb bitch.
Yeah.
well, I'm the worst player on the team. They leave me alone.
So, yeah, but I don't know. There was a few times I kind of just like saw how far it would go. But
I want to see you
ultimately-
be like a complete conversational moron and see if they hit it back. Like, hey,
Oh,
how
they
long
were
you in
totally
town?
into it. even if
Why
you
are
were
rubber
like-
duckies always yellow? And then just be like, that's an astute observation.
You're so
pretty
funny.
Have you ever seen those?
I play hockey for Vancouver Canucks. And they're like, you crack me up.
Have you ever seen those like social experiment videos on YouTube where they take like a really attractive dude's photos and then make a fake Tinder profile or something and then see how obscene
Yeah.
they can make the
Mm.
and they'll be like former rapist or like pedophile or whatever, and the chicks will still be like, well, I'm glad that part of your life's over now.
Oh, yeah.
And he'll be like, I just have to let you know, like I've sexually assaulted like 3 minors, and I'm on, they'll be like, oh, that's crazy. What?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
But now everything's fine, right?
Oh yeah, I got it all out of my system.
I sated my bloodlust through those years. Don't worry.
Meanwhile, you have like an
You're safe.
average guy who isn't attractive, and he says like, "Hey, what's up?" And they think you're a creep, So,
Oh yeah, it's literally like that HR meme.
Yeah.
no, literally to a point. And the funny is the most interesting part of the NHL players is oftentimes those guys aren't traditionally attractive. They're like missing fucking teeth, balding, and just like frat bros to the max that don't really seem to put that much care, a lot of them, into their like appearance because I'm an NHL player. I'll just show up and who cares?
Yeah.
And they would treat you like the 10 out of 10 guy on Tinder who's a pedophile, like it's
Yeah, so you
like
I
you
have
could
seen
fuck
those.
up to the max and it doesn't matter kind of thing.
Yeah, that is disheartening. Like you'll see like those viral posts every once in a while, exactly what you stated, where it's usually like some incel who's almost like trying to convince himself, like it's just hopeless out there. I'm black pilled, and it's like calm down, fella. And then he'll be like, I'm social experiment. I found a picture of an attractive man, and I say I'm a rapist, and they still talk to me, and it's like this is all time that could be spent dieting, getting taller. making more money, like just all the things girls
One
want.
of those is hard to do.
You're not spending enough time increasing your height. That's your problem.
Yes, you need to be length maxing, idiot.
Dude, that's so unfair.
Dude,
That
have you
height thing.
seen? The
I have a
people who
rack in my
actually-
basement and I stretch myself out.
Have you seen the guys that got surgery to get taller?
Yeah.
That are
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, we
yeah,
talked
now
about
it's
that.
like not an impossibility. Like there are guys that are going
Not
to
impossible, but good.
clinics that are gaining like half a foot.
All
They get
women
fucked
need to
up.
do is
Right.
not be fat. Every not fat woman is pretty good looking. I feel like guys have to jump through a lot more hoops.
It's fair. It's
Maybe.
definitely
Maybe,
easier, I think. But like, Zach, bring up a picture of that one doctor who does the leg lengthening surgeries. And by the way, this doctor's like 5'9". So he's like doing these and they're like, you ever going to do it yourself, doc? And he's like, what are you, retarded? No. And that's why I'm a doctor. You know,
Yeah.
I don't have to do this. But you see these guys that gain like 4 to 6 inches
Yeah.
and they don't do it to their arms. And so their arms
course
now
not.
end at
Yeah.
like the top of their waist. They look ridiculous.
Some
You
of them have
think?
to walk around on crutches all the time.
He doesn't look ridiculous in
he's
this
fine.
tall.
Okay,
look
so
at that.
type
This
in
guy's smaller.
type in limb lengthening Brian and see if you can find this guy. He was 6 feet tall when he went in. He's a bodybuilder and now he's
This guy.
6'6".
Look at
Whoa,
this
so-
guy. See, look at the arms
Dude,
and
this
how
is,
weird it is.
They're a little short.
They're a little short, but I don't think I'd have picked it out. Well, this
Alright,
guy
so how
was
is
gorilla
this guy still-
beforehand.
Yeah, he's a bodybuilder. He said who gained how many inches? 6.
6 inches.
He went
I
from
think.
6 foot to 6'6".
Why
Yeah.
do his arms look overly long in both pictures? It's not
No.
just me, right? His arms are legs.
He's
This
an
is-
enormous person.
Here, look
Big
at
dude.
look what I put in the chat when he's standing beside the guy. For
Yeah,
a bit
put
more
that up, Zach.
contrast.
Wow. Oh, I see. He did it in 2 phases.
Holy shit!
Now on the far right, you do see how his arms look like kind of oddly short now, right?
yeah, they're a little short now.
Look, and obviously his legs have atrophied because he can't do.
Hmm.
That's what I was going to
What?
ask you. Yeah. Before we had the pictures, it was like, is he still doing lifts? Like, is he still?
Yeah, so he had to obviously skip leg day for a while because he can't even he can't even walk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can just imagine someone, bro, you skipped leg day, and him be like, I used to be 6 inches shorter, you asshole.
Yeah. I've been bedridden in agonizing, earth-shattering pain for the last 8 months because I want to post a different number on my Tinder profile.
Oh my god, that would be so painful.
I talked to that guy, and he seems like a good dude who's like mentally stable. And I was gonna do a podcast, and it kind of just I got buried with business shit that I couldn't
Yeah,
make
because-
content. But
Because I
I
want
want
to know
I want to ask him like all the stuff we're thinking.
Yeah.
why. It's like Mac from It's Always Sunny. He's like, I always wanted to be 6'6". 6'6" would be perfect. I look great at 6'6". He's like, you're
Mac, you're
5'9".
5'9". Yeah, exactly. I've always wanted to be 6'10",
10.
which is an absurd height to be, an
Yeah,
inconvenient height to be.
I would hate to be 6'10". I feel like 6'4" is probably like the ideal number so that you still fit in hotel rooms and cars and shit, and you could still move around in the normal people world.
Like
But
6'3".
6'4", you really stand out. You're a true 1%er in the height crowd. Zach, what percent of men are 6'4" or taller? I bet it's like 1%.
There's
I
some
agree with what you
country
said. I
where
just
the
don't want the
average
attention.
height. Some country in Europe where the average height is 6 feet. It's
Is
pretty
it Denmark?
crazy.
I think they're maybe the Netherlands. One of those is the tallest. I think
Taylor,
it's-
what's your perfect height? I want to hear. Let's go around.
I think 6'4" would probably
4.
be the correct height to be.
Derek.
I would say 6'4" as well. It's
I'm
like
the only one.
the precipice where you don't look lanky and odd, and you can still do a lot of normal things without too many complications, and your risk of dying early is not like excessively higher.
Yeah. Once you get to be like one of those guys who at age 51 has a cane, like yeah.
I was thinking 6'2" and 3. You are taller than most people. You're probably a top 4% or something like that.
Yeah.
But you're also not like getting attention when you want to blend in.
Yeah, you're not going to look twice at a
What,
6'4"
Jason
guy
Bourne?
in the grocery store.
I'm not Jason
However,
Bourne over here. I'm looking to stand out.
The other day, I
Yeah,
saw a
hours
guy.
away.
I saw a guy at my local grocery store who was like every bit of 7 feet tall, like a week or so ago, and it was like almost like I want to walk by again and get a load of this guy. Like, this is bizarre. Just a giant bald guy wearing like what on anyone else would have been the biggest shorts on earth, just walking around. This guy, it's starting to get chilly here in St. Louis. He doesn't need shorts. That's just mass. Keeping him warm
up here.
Yeah, a chubby 7-foot guy. The amount he would eat.
It's like having a Cybertruck a year ago. Like, look, you might love it, but I don't want that attention. I don't like it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want it either. I think there's also that.
And just imagine how awkwardly unathletic you would always feel.
Yeah, your coordination sucks. No, like 7 feet tall. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The most athletic 7'2" guys on earth are in the NBA.
Yes.
And you watch them sometimes and you're like, almost caught that pass, champ. Like it's like, watch him, he's about to leap. And it's like, no, he's not.
What is crazy is there's this guy, I think he was his name Kelly Olynyk, and he still plays in the NBA, I think. He was a point guard, which, if anyone doesn't know, is like the short guy on the team who's typically really good ball handling skills, quick, agile, athletic. And then he had a growth spurt in like grade 12 where he went from, I think, 6 feet to like 6'9" or 6'10". And he maintained a lot of the athleticism. But even now in the NBA at the height he's at, it does not look like, somebody who's 6 feet in terms of how he can run around, how he can ball handle. He's like an athletic variant of a 6'11" guy.
Oh, yeah.
But like clearly struggling.
Yeah. You like, if you took like one of those 7'5" guys from the NBA and they were like at a barbecue with you and you were like, hey, let's throw the football around. They'd be like, no, I don't know if they'd be one of those guys who are like, no, I don't know if I want to throw the football. I don't want people to laugh at
everything though. Like now, if you're an NBA player, who cares? But if you're just a normal, like that guy you saw at the grocery store, imagine his wardrobe costs, his bedding. Like there's no way his bed fits him. Yeah. There's no way his bed fits him.
There's a rumor.
That's true.
There's a rumor that the Kelly Olynyk guy had a growth hormone administered when he was in high school to try and get taller before his growth plates closed.
Did that work?
Hypothetically, there's actually forums now dedicated to people like looks maxing. It's like the people who know like what girls want and are accepting of it, I guess, in terms of looks, and they will actually like chemically modify themselves in puberty. With all the information and access to black market drugs now available, you can actually get some of this stuff at an early enough age where you can manipulate the outcome.
Like, give me an example of what people are doing.
They'll take estrogen blockers to avoid the fusion of their growth plates, and then take growth hormone on top of that to increase the actual potential of what they could grow to.
Holy shit.
You only stop growing once your growth plates fuse, but if you actually like manually impede the process of the closure with using an estrogen, either SERM or aromatase inhibitor or a combination of both, you could hypothetically keep yourself in this like dormant growth state to some capacity and then try and push it to the max that you can with exogenous growth hormone.
Dude, I like that. I had my buddy
15-year-old me would have been all over that.
I need to make a new Reddit account and be like, well, women really dig her big loads.
No, I had a buddy in high school who was like 5'9", but he was so athletic. He was really good at basketball, but it was just like, yeah, I'm never going to be able to play beyond this level. I'm 5'9", and if we could have shot him up with something and got him up to 6'3", I feel like he could have played. Like he wasn't going to be the next Michael Jordan, but he could play ball somewhere. It would have been fun.
Yeah. There's a 5'8" basketball player right now from Japan that everyone is loving. I think his name might be Yuki or something. I forget. But it looks like he's going to make the team. He set the world on fire in the Olympics, got noticed, and now he's I like him because his passes all have a little extra sauce on them. They're like disrespectful. He looks the other way and like shoves it. And if you watched him for 15 seconds, you'd be like, I see what Woody's talking about. Everything involves a fake. And it's fun.
Yeah, I like the outliers in any sport where it's like, oh, that's cool. That guy has no business being in the NBA or the NFL, but he's still making it work.
Yeah.
I find baffling the disparity between some of the salaries in professional sports leagues like NBA versus NHL, for example. It's like, I didn't realize that the delta was that significant until
it's insane. It's because the TV deals for the NBA are so wildly lucrative, and they have a special contract that's like X percentage of streaming revenue and television revenue must go to the players. And so when they sign a brand new enormous deal, suddenly teams are like, how's this 8-year, $25 million a year? Sound good? And they're like, okay, all right. That's what like we pay a nice bench warmer, 8 million,
Also,
9 million, 10 a year.
So you're right. I think the budget's higher in basketball, but there's so far fewer jobs. That makes it, if basketball teams had 50 players on it to divide up like a football team does, or 22 maybe. How many people are on a NHL
football team is a ton. Hockey team's like maybe 22. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think football might be 55 and basketball 12. So it's
How many are on a soccer team or football? For the people who are breaking out.
We don't know. I have no idea. Probably
how many are on the field?
I think it's 11 in soccer, right? Did I make that up?
I have that in my
on
head,
the field or on the
not
team?
Sure.
I know that's not. There's guys on the side, so I know it's not like 11 total guys. I think there's 11 on the field, but like that's something like were you talking about the disparity? Some of those dudes who are like the 3 years in the NFL career or like whatever that number is, with like the average NFL player is only in the league for 3.2 years or whatever. A lot of those dudes are making like $480,000 a year. And most of their job is getting beaten up in practice.
Dude, the CFL salaries are wildly low. Not that the viewership maybe justifies higher, but I mean, like the best player in the entire league might make like $1 million Canadian, which is like 600 US.
If you're the best, but wouldn't you want to stay though? Like if you're the best player in the CFL, like if you're an all-star there, would you even want to go to the NFL? You're like, I'm making quite the living here, and nobody beats me up. Why would I want to go to where I'm the worst player in the league and I can barely scratch by?
The top paid CFL athlete is Zach Collaros from Winnipeg, and he gets $600K a year.
See, that's the job right there. That's the job. You want to be Zach, making $600K a year playing foosball in Canada.
But that's like, so that's Canadian, not US. So that might be like what, 400 US, and then after tax, you're looking at like what, 200 and something.
Is that the second biggest sport in Canada?
It's
Canadian football.
I don't know. It's got to be, I guess.
Or basketball.
Like, does Canada have an NFL team?
No, we don't. We have
they have baseball team.
Might be butchering this.
Yeah,
they have. How many basketball teams they have?
They have
Toronto Raptors and who else? Nobody.
Yeah, for basketball, they just have the Raptors. Vancouver used to have the Grizzlies, and then they got sold to Memphis, I think. Which was a shame because it was like something other than hockey locally. But whatever.
Whatever. It's just hockey for you guys. They're forcing you to embrace the culture. Although I've had people tell me like, actually the official sport of Canada is actually lacrosse, and it's like, fuck you.
Oh my!
What?
Like it's actually lacrosse.
Lacrosse.
And it's like, go fuck yourself. No, it is not.
It's kind of interesting. It was interesting to see how popular lacrosse was in high school. How many people played it compared to hockey, even though hockey is like the only lucrative one you could actually make something out of. Like, it was super popular. Like a lot of people I knew were super into lacrosse, but it seemed like you couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, it's not as my brother played it growing up and even through high school, and he had fun with it. But yeah, it's just not popular here at all. It's almost a novelty when you hear about someone playing lacrosse. It's like, oh, neat. The one where you throw the ball around. Like what discouraged me from lacrosse, other than the fact like I was playing hockey, was those goalies' save percentages are like 30%. Can you imagine like going out there to do a job and to play a game and be like, we're going to stop a third of these boys? It's like that's so discouraging.
Yeah. How batting is in baseball though. If you hit 30%, you're an all-star.
Yeah, but imagine if every time you struck out, it deducted a point from your team.
It was a slower game.
There'd be a lot of negatives in baseball.
What do you guys follow the most? Is it UFC or
probably UFC?
Those two is UFC.
All the UFC,
NHL is the only sport I follow, really.
Yeah, the UFC a ton, and then college football, because my home state team's like the number one team in the country every fucking year. So like to follow that.
That's true.
Yeah. It's UFC for me, then NBA and F1.
Yeah, F1. Right on.
What do you follow, Derek?
F1, UFC pretty much exclusively at this point. Yeah.
Maybe it's just my exposure, but F1's getting more popular.
Favorite driver? That's tough, man. I'd probably say Hamilton. I want to see him win one more before he exits.
Okay. Are you talking about a season or a race?
No, I want him to win like the championship before he retires, because he's getting up there in age, but he's like one away from, I believe, the all-time record. It would be like,
I think he has it tied currently.
Yeah. So he would be like, it's like the equivalent of Ronnie Coleman in the Olympia, but like F1 version. So I think, and he was so close that year with Max.
Couldn't be any closer.
Dude, that was like the most movie level race I've ever seen.
Yeah. So people don't know, Hamilton had won something like 7 out of the last 8 or 9 years in terms of championships. And Verstappen and he were racing back and forth all season long. One would have the lead, the other would have the lead. And it came down to the last race. But more than that, it was like 3 laps left in the last race. There was a safety car. Max had newer tires, but Hamilton had the lead. So he was able to get, there was a question of, will he be able to hold this lead with the slower car, or will he be able to pass him with the newer tires? And Max won.
Yeah, it was like so close. And typically in F1, you don't have a situation where it's like the last race where the outcome will be the like actual deciding factor on who's the winner of the whole season. It never happens like that typically. Right. So super exciting. And if anyone wanted an entry to F1, watching that season of Drive to Survive, I would say it's like a great start.
Yes, Drive. I could talk about that. I'll try to move on because I know Taylor and Kyle aren't compelled. But Drive to Survive came out, and F1 picked up a ton of fans. And then it was 1 or 2 years later that they had the most exciting season in F1 history. And so for new people like me, it was like, holy smokes, this is what F1 is like. Why did anyone tell me about this? And then you have years like last one where Max won like 23 out of 25 races. If that's not right, it's close.
Who's like that really young, like German wunderkind racer? Is that Max Verstappen? Isn't there some really young guy who's like tearing it up, or maybe he's not that young and I'm mixing it up?
They're all pretty young. That's the thing.
Yeah.
People used to die a lot in that sport, but apparently not anymore. Like,
they've gone woke.
They really have. They really have. You know, it's not the sport it once was. I was watching some like History Channel documentary about the percentage of drivers who used to die, and it was like legitimately like a concern. It wasn't like, every 100 races someone dies. It's like, no, every 5th race someone explodes and fucking dies.
Yeah,
dude. I watch F1 and a little bit I watch Moto GP, which is like F1 for motorcycles. And you go into an F1 weekend thinking like, I hope Max wins, or Lando, or whoever your guy is. You go into a Moto GP weekend and you're like, I hope my favorite rider survives. Like, this is rough because these people die.
I don't think it might be the Isle of Man, but there's that one island where they do the motorcycle race that's just balls to the wall. I don't even know if it's like open class or something. Like, it seems like they're just riding some crazy bikes. If y'all haven't seen the footage, like listeners and Taylor and Derek or whoever, it's terrifying. They're driving through like cobblestone streets with, like intersections and concrete buildings on the sides, and they're going 200 miles per hour or something like that. And every now and then they crash. And by every now and then, I mean every fucking race. But there's footage of them hitting walls, like hitting like a Looney Tune character, hitting a brick wall, going full out on a race bike. It's so scary.
Isle of Man is wild. I'm pretty sure it's invite only, but I'm not positive about that. But these guys go super fast. I think one lap is 37 miles. Again, if that's not right, it's close. And a normal race course is held in like a big open spot. So you can slide into these gravel pits and hopefully not get too hurt. This race course, which isn't a race course, they just shut down the roads for a little while, has like stone walls right up next to the road. Right up. So these guys going as fast as they can around the corners are their margin of error is like 1.5 inches from a rock wall. And the kind with like uneven rocks coming out, that not a brick wall, that just as hard as a brick wall.
The worst thing you'd want to hit.
Well, worse, yeah. And it's obscured by like
they're covered in salt and acid.
They're covered in ivy. So these people will want to hit the ivy, but not the rocks it's growing on. This is like their margin of error. Ooh. And people, what do they average? A couple deaths a year, right?
I got into this like 3 years ago during the pandemic or something, and I quickly found that like I lost my appetite for it when I saw just how gruesome it was. At first, I thought it was like, yeah, look at man conquering a challenge, and then I was like, why do people do this? How much money is at stake? It's not that much money, right? Like it's
no. This is not the major league. This is just
like $50,000 or something is the guess I threw out there to win this thing. Maybe like I don't. It's
this is the most dangerous activity I've ever seen. Like I just watched a guy like mess a turn up, and I thought he was gonna like kind of fall into the grass because the perspective made it look like there was just grass on the other side in a field. No, it was like a near like sheer fall with grass on it, and so you see him like lose his motorcycle, and then he's just tumbling head over heels down a mountain.
Yeah, I was right. €84,000 is his first prize for the Isle of Man race. Yeah, I think it's just like bragging rights.
Tens of millions.
It's got to be bragging rights, and the people that compete in that have to be like the Alex Honolds of motorcycling. Like you've got to be just pushing the limits, wanting that adrenaline so bad, and just having no fear. No,
you can
in
have
Taylor's
fear
video
in this.
around 55 seconds. I just watched a guy slide into the grass. You'd think it'd be okay. There's a cliff. He goes off the cliff. Why are they racing where there's cliffs?
Did you see him like his like Raggedy Andy ass just spinning as he's falling down?
Dude,
awful.
So there used to be a doctor who put he was like a lower level motorcycle racer, but he was like an ER surgeon. So they had a name for him, like the Flying Doc. And when someone got hurt, he would like get there faster than the big ambulances was. He was often the first on the scene. So because he was like racing with his little med kit. Well, he died doing that. Like just like all his patients did. He crashed and he's gone now.
His patients died too.
R.I.P.
Yes, I'm sure a lot of dude. He did a talk, like a TED talk. It was amazing. Like he's so casual about it. He's like, this guy lost his boot. Every time they lose their boot, there's still a foot in it. It's like, what? Why are you so chill? But okay.
Fuck.
Yeah.
God. And you know it would be too. Like your foot's really in those things good. And I bet they probably got super duper race boots.
They clamp on the side like ski boots.
Okay. I know mine like clamp down, but like it's probably something special to really lock them in, maybe. I don't know. All I know is that is the scariest thing I've ever seen. I think Taylor might be right. That might be the world's most dangerous hobby.
This is terrifying. What could be more dangerous than this? Like whoever's setting up the barricades to stop accidents in this is a sadistic monster. There is no give to any of these.
It's like a 4-inch pad in front of a stone wall. Like, it doesn't do anything. It's 70 miles.
Oh yeah, it's like the TSA of security here. It's just like, all right, throw a blanket over it, and hopefully they won't crack their head on this fucking wooden retaining wall that's overhanging the racetrack. And then I guess all the people who live on this road just can't go to the grocery store today.
Woody, have you been to an F1 race?
No, I haven't. I looked into it. It's pretty pricey. Like, and people get like, for example, in Vegas last year, a lot of people got screwed out of what they paid for. They shut down practice sessions and stuff.
Yeah, I feel like that's the worst one to pay to see, but it was great to watch on TV. That one, for sure.
Slippery for some reason.
Yeah,
is it a good viewing experience? Like the
at F1?
Yeah, if you're sitting out there in the crowd, like, is it a good viewing experience?
I guess it depends how into the cars and the actual like experience of seeing this in real life is. Because once they pass the corner that you're at, you're kind of just watching your corner. You can't really watch what's happening. There's no like jumbotron where you can see the whole race. You actually see less than somebody at home when you're at the event. So, and even I went to the Texas one last year, and even their scoreboard was not necessarily updating in real time. So you're kind of watching your one corner of like 20 corners, and once they pass your corner and they're out of sight over there, you don't know what's going on. And the jumbotron thing with the scores doesn't have any visual of the cars, and the scores are not updating. So you're almost like on. A lot of people wear a radio to hear the broadcast that people have at home while they watch, so they actually know what's going on.
Yeah.
So it really depends how into the cars and the drivers and how much of a fanatic you are. But even with like really good, expensive seats, there's a strong argument that you're way better off at home.
But you can kind of hear it better, Kyle.
Well, not really. I mean, it's louder.
They don't even have like a drone with a camera kind of feeding that up there.
You don't have a screen to watch the video that the drone would capture.
It's such an oversight.
And so like I was at the top of what would be considered like a pretty good seat at the top of the bleachers at turn 1 of the Austin one. And you don't even have service in your phone when you're in that kind of an area because it's not off the grid, but it's just like really shitty service where you couldn't even watch a live stream while you were there anyways. So you're kind of just taking what you can get by looking at
the rude
track.
question. How much was a ticket? Did you have to pay for it or were you somebody's VIP?
No, I paid. And it was, if I recall correctly, I can check. I don't exactly remember.
I'm going to guess 2,200. That's my guess.
Let's see.
For one turn?
What are you gonna do? Fly you around from turn to turn, Taylor?
You want to get in the car?
You get in the car?
Yeah.
You want to ride shotgun for 2,200?
No,
that would be the best, dude. That would be the best.
As long as I get to pick my driver, I want to go with Max Verstappen or that other guy.
If I was running NASCAR, I'd open up the passenger seat and we put fans in there.
They'd be bullying me for throwing off the weight distribution.
How am I going to win with this guy?
I'm sorry. I didn't choose to win the fucking raffle.
You've got snacks.
I've got snacks.
They're spilling all over his
really
panels.
The hotels all jack up the prices for F1. The tickets are like $2,000, and in my case, Jackie's into F1 also. So I'd be like $4,000 in tickets, and probably nearly $4,000 for the rest of it: the flights, the hotels, the rental car,
the food.
And $8,000 to watch a race. Yeah.
Wait do you order like some nachos at the F1 race?
Oh my gosh!
they hit you up for those $45 nachos. yeah. You're about right. That's crazy. Yeah,
it's
I remember
expensive at baseball, but it's not.
The craziest is the what's the big horse race? The Kentucky Derby. Did you see the food prices for like it was like as obscene as you can imagine, like $150 sliders. It was like wild. After they've already bent you over barrel.
Well, I mean, that's a very rich person thing. I
suppose so. So is F1. I don't think that there's so few sports that I think are better in person unless you're in the highest of VIP levels. Even when I see like that,
hockey's better in person. That's true.
Hockey is excellent. It's probably number 1 or 2. It's up there. But football, when I see Taylor Swift up in that box at the Chiefs games, I'm like, she can't see anything. Like she doesn't even know what happened. I saw what happened.
Yeah,
but there's something to be said for like being in this community where you're all pulling in the same direction. Like that's what
smell. You haven't thought of the smell.
That's what being at a game is to me. Like everyone rooting for the same team.
Yeah, it is fun. If you're talking about just visual quality, though, like, yeah, it's way better to be at home for football.
They need better seating options for almost every single sport. I did see with that. I got that new VR headset, and I saw that the NBA is doing a thing where you can sit courtside, I guess, basically with your VR headset on. So I'm going to try that out. I don't give a shit about the NBA, but I want to see what it looks like to do that VR thing. The fidelity is so good.
The UFC one's got to be really good once they dial that in.
Yeah.
When are they releasing that for you, UFC?
I don't know. If they'd have to do some sort of like special camera sitting there to capture the VR because it's capturing 2 inputs. I'm guessing.
Can you just put camera like on the outside of the ring, like on the top of it? Or
UFC has cameramen. I don't know if UFC has plans to do like a VR thing, but NBA has like a thing where they may have partnered with Meta or whatever it is to do it. I just saw it advertised last night. I'm going to try it out.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I feel like I'm missing the boat. I don't mess with the AI shit at all, like Meta or Grok or what are the other ones? Chat GPT. Like, do you guys use those ever?
Google's for recipes. It's really good for recipes because it gets concise measurements, and you can on the fly be like, change that to metric. Like I'm using my other measuring cup. Change it all to metric. No, change it back.
Change it back. I changed my mind.
You go back and forth. So it's good for that.
I guess recipes.
But no,
I think for writing
headset.
For writing documents and like formatting information, it's pretty useful and can save you a lot of time. but I've tried to use it as like an analyst of sorts, and it's like a really shitty, not trustworthy analyst. It will like, feed you information that doesn't exist, and then you'll ask for a citation, and it'll feed you a fake study, which is crazy.
That's so funny.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people use Chat GPT thinking it's like a replacement for a doctor at this point, because it confidently tells you the answers to a lot of things. And then if you challenge it, it'll be like, oh, no, you're right. Sorry, I messed up. It's actually this. And then you'll be like, no, I was just testing if you'd fuck up. It's actually this. They'll be like, oh, you're right. My bad. You're right.
It's because it has no ego. And so it's like, oh, it doesn't even like reconcile the fact that it was actively trying to trick you in a way. It's like,
like it'll pull information from random blogs that are not like trusted authoritative sites and just pull it in and then spit it out as if it's fact. And it can lead to like brutal misinterpretations of literature and scientific analysis. So yeah, I don't trust it for a lot other than making like funny pictures and formatting shit.
Yeah, the funny pictures are great. So formatting, are you just like copy pasting like a lot of text in there and being like, you know, consolidate this into a paragraph email?
I'll be like hypothetically like break down the ingredient profile of lock and load at 1 sentence per ingredient, and then it'll like spit out something that's reasonably accurate, and then I can refine it from there. But it already has like the name of the ingredients in bold with a semicolon and the thing under it, and saves you a lot of typing. Interestingly enough, I asked it, I forget what I asked it exactly. It was something about No Nut November on lock and load, and it basically said it would be hilarious to take the product and try and complete it. And it was like suggesting as a challenge that we issue to people.
That we issue a No Nut November challenge.
I'll do that. We'll have someone's testicles explode on us, and then we're liable for testicle replacement. And
I mean, I don't like that idea from Chat GPT.
And we put our bust
all that formula, our proprietary bust system. Like, we want you to enjoy it. How
mad would you be if someone's testicles exploded and then we were like, you know, Taylor, it was actually just your name on the product. You're the one who they're suing.
I go to jail.
You have to, like we don't show up in court at all. It's just you. Like you're just like, how did I get here?
Wait, why are you sending me to the same prison in Alabama you sent him to? And it's like, it's the co-host clause of the podcast.
No, they put you in that. They put you in that P. Diddy prison. They're ruthless.
Dude, that would be great. I could hang out with P. Diddy and Sam Bankman-Fried. We can get up to hijinks. They could tell me about all their fun parties on the island with the underage kids, and I could be like, but how big were your cums when you were doing it? You know, because I can help out.
Dude, every day I hear a new accusation about Diddy that's like worse. It's like not only was he raping young children, he was drugging them first and recording it and selling the recordings.
Oh, dude.
And Beyonce watched. It's
dude,
every day.
He's so much worse than the Subway guy.
Oh, infinitely worse than the Subway guy. The Subway guy's a minge compared to this guy. You'd invite the Subway guy to your kid's bar mitzvah.
Is he worse, or is he just more successful? Yeah, the way I see it, P. Diddy is who the Subway guy aspired to be.
You could say that about any number of people, but I'm going to judge a man on his actions, Woody, not on the
not on his aspirations.
Yeah, this isn't Minority Report. I can't Tom Cruise drop in like a spider and arrest you for some crime you might have committed.
I just think if you give money and power to, what was his name? Jared? Yeah.
Jared Fogle.
Jared Fogle. Then maybe he could get more kids.
Here.
Derek doesn't know. We had Jared Fogle's childhood friend on the podcast. We didn't even know it. He's a pretty successful car vlogger, YouTuber guy.
We got him on for the cars. And he's like, yeah, I'm good friends with Jared Fogle. Like, not just childhood, like, he was Jared Fogle's like buddy throughout the good years, you know, when he was slinging them $5 footlongs and he was making appearances everywhere. Like he's like Derek, he's his boy. And he started defending the Subway pedophile on here. And we didn't know what to say. I wanted to be like, yeah, but he's a pedophile, right? He went to federal prison for it. But like, I didn't want to make him mad.
He was like denigrating. I'm using the word right.
Yeah.
The women, right? He's like, girls. They were paid. Yeah, girls. Why did I say women? They're children.
Children.
If I recall,
he called them ladies of the night. He referred Look, first of all, like you might
like 14.
when I tell you, yeah, and I want you to have a good mental image of what these girls look like because I feel like it's relevant when you got someone who was like there calling them ladies of the night. They look like little 14-year-old girls who probably didn't have a boyfriend, and Jared Fogle's like going after them and fucking whatever he did to them. I don't remember the details, but this guy was calling them ladies of the night. It was we should have him back on again.
That was
great.
If I recall, it happened. It was one of those times where unfortunately it didn't occur in the episode sooner, and so it was like 3 hours and 38 minutes in. He's like, that car question reminds me of my good friend Jared Fogle, like, the subway rapist. And he's like, well, he gets a bit of a bad rap. You know, there were a couple of predatory prostitutes, and they don't tell you that in the news. And then meanwhile, like Woody or Kyle
don't tell you that in the news.
is like looking it up, and Woody's like, it says here one was 13 and one was 12, and he's like, yeah, I don't get into the details of it, but it's like
right, because he was pretending he didn't know they were minors. Like that was like part of the excuses, and really the women were the predators. The children were the predators.
When he said like friends,
child predators,
like,
it makes sense.
You like when he said friends initially, I thought it was like, oh, they were like acquaintances in like the $5 footlong days, and he's like, no, right in the middle of the accusations, you know, he'd come over, we'd play NCAA, you know, order a
when there were like reporters waiting outside his door on the sidewalk, you know, that kind of scene. He'd walk past the reporters and go play video games and shit.
Yeah,
like,
he seemed like he was always really nice to him. He would say,
honestly, that's a hell of a friend.
Onion chicken teriyaki.
It is, and honestly, I think if you're a child predator, you probably have to be fairly charismatic to make that happen.
Dude, he was the least charismatic TV statesman of all time. Go back and watch a Jared Fogle commercial. They like don't even give him lines in half of it. They're like, hold these pants, you ugly idiot. And
I saw this thing on TV. It burned into my mind as true. It might not be. That child predators sometimes do better in prison than you might think, because by their very nature, they're pretty like manipulative and persuasive and charismatic, and that helps them. I don't know if it's true.
I feel like they find out about it, and then there's a reason they have to move them into that secure silo or whatever.
Yeah, it depends where they go, but there's a lot of places where they get them. They genuinely like target them immediately, and like it's kill on sight type shit. That's genuinely a thing that happens.
Do you think those are like nice peaceful days in prison where like the Latin Kings and the Nazis and the
no, you can kill him.
Yeah, they like all come together.
It's
and then,
your turn.
Every once in a while, and they're like, you know, this makes me think we're not so different, you and I. He stabs him.
Just stabs him back. You're right.
Just kidding, you cracker.
Fuck out of my neighborhood.
Have you guys ever been in a fight? Okay.
PKA Clips added this, what you guys were just talking about. So I got it on my watch later. Check it out.
After a fight, I swear I bonded with the other guy. Like, even if we hated each other as much as we could, afterwards it was like, well, I don't know. I see some positives in him. I wonder if that happens in the like prison scene. You know, you give me a little shanking, and afterwards, that was a bonding experience. No,
I don't think so, man.
I wouldn't like that. I don't think we're friends.
I was listening to one of those prisoner podcasts.
I won't do it then.
This guy was doing like 10 years for something, and he was like, when I went in, I had decided I'm gonna get in the gang, I'm gonna fuck somebody up, I'm gonna sell some dope, I'm gonna enjoy my prison experience. And I'm like, holy shit, that was your idea going in.
Mm-hmm.
And he's in for a while, and he's already like a higher up in this gang, like a white gang. And they send him a note that's like, hey, this guy who coming in today, this George guy, he ratted on one of our guys back at the other prison. We want him stomped out. And he's like, no fucking problem. And immediately like jumps this guy that he's never spoken to or seen in his life, beats the shit out of him. The guy fights back a little. And in that prison, if you fight back at all, you both go to the hole. So they both go to the hole together. 6 weeks sitting there asking another man to flush your toilet for you and like just eating, being starved, basically. It's horrific. They get out. They let him out in the same room together. He's like, so I was like I said, on site. So I started whooping his ass again. like they're letting them out of the hole and sending them back, but they put him in the same room to do that.
Do you think that was a bad decision or an intentional
terrible
or an intentional action?
So he whoops his ass again, and they give it. And this time the guy like took the whooping because he wants out of the hole. And he's like, so they gave me, X amount of months more in the hole. And he's like, you know what the fucked up thing is? He's like, nah, what? Once I got out, they said, you know what? Turns out that George guy, he was good. It was the other guy who was the rat who told on George. That's why they sent George here, because the guy ratted him out. And he's like, fuck. He's like, I've been in the hole for 3-4 months at this point.
Do they do like nice things to make it up? Where he's like, we're gonna grind up a bunch of Pop-Tarts from commissary and make him a cake that says, I'm so sorry for destroying your ability to hear out of your left ear. I'm so sorry for this. You think like there were like fun times in the hole where they're like, man, I don't care what you say. They fucking ruined the end where the Night King just didn't even have a fucking reason to be there, man. They were like dude, shut the fuck up. There were like 9 seasons of prophecies that didn't matter. I'm beating your ass for this afterward.
Derek, are you even getting the Game of Thrones references he's making? I think you're not.
It's been a while since I watched it. I remember the Night King, and I remember the shitty ending. That's about it.
Terrible. Yeah, I want to purge it.
This
was
a news story today, though. It's kind of Game of Thrones related. Woody, you might not have seen it. I linked it in our chat. I think the kid was 14 or 15, and he'd been flirting with this Daenerys Targaryen AI, and like it was like some kind of a girlfriend AI app. And he became convinced that.
Yeah, hold on, Kyle, because I feel like this could be a nice long discussion. Before we jump into that, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors.
Yes, go right ahead.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. So let's hear a little about their service. Life is full of twists and turns, and it's important for you to show up for yourself through it all. Mental and dental, got to take care of it all. We're very serious about everyone taking care of their physical health here on PKA and maintaining a healthy physique. But mental health is just as important, and you need to work to keep your mind in shape as well as your body. Start getting in the mental reps with the help of a professional over at BetterHelp.com. BetterHelp is not a crisis line. It's not self-help. It's professional therapy done securely online, available to people all over the world. Invest in your mental well-being now and get started with our partner, BetterHelp. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. They've got a special deal for our listeners, saving 10% off your first month over at BetterHelp.com. That is BetterHelp.com/PKA. That's 10% off your first month of online therapy over at BetterHelp, BetterHelp.com/PKA. So check them out if you feel like you need to talk someone or bounce things off someone and there's no one else you feel secure doing so with. And you can even do it through the comfort of your own home. Don't even have to leave. So check out BetterHelp. Again, BetterHelp.com/PKA for 10% off of your first month of therapy. Might be the right answer for you. So check it out. Do some research. Use our code if you decide it's the right path for your mental wellness. This episode is also brought to you by our merchandise over at, well, the link is below. Use code PKA10. Buy a sweater, buy a hoodie, buy a fucking set of stickers, buy a cup. All high quality stuff. You can wash it 1,000 maybe not 1,000. I think
327 times.
The highest of quality things won't last 1,000 washes, I don't think, but it's going to last a long time. It's not some bullshit internet thing with like a graphic that's going to fall right off. We tested it. It stays in good quality. It fits you well. It's not like a sloppy free shirt that you'd get at a fair or something like that. Like it's actually fitted, looks good. So code PKA10 for 10% off that. And of course, the ultimate return of Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm.
Bigger than ever.
Bigger, stronger, veinier, thicker, a girthier effect is what we've achieved here with, our scientific input, aided a little bit by Derek and his scientists. Just no. Yeah, they did the heavy lifting. But check it out, Lock and Load. It's going to help you come more. Take it as directed. Only 6 pills a day, folks.
Wow.
Only 6 pills a day. Wow. Not 9 pills a day, 6 pills a day. Where do I sign up?
That's a third less pills.
At GorillaMind.com is where you sign up. You can use code PKA for 10% off of Lock and Load.
Does that just work for Lock and Load?
Of course it doesn't, you fucking idiot. It works for all. It works for anything and everything you want over there. You want high quality protein powders? Line it up with code PKA. You want a nice nitric oxide pre-workout? You want stim in there? You want no stim? You want a sleep supplement? You want a dream supplement? Imagine something that you want to change about your life, and Derek has supplemented it to an efficacious dose, and you can get it for 10% off.
Are there a cadre of flavors like dark cherry and rainbow sickle, popsicle?
there's a cadre of flavors. I like that word you use. There's a cornucopia of flavor options. Kyle likes the bombsicle. I like the black cherry the most, but they're all good.
True.
And you can use code PKA for all of it, or because Kyle is a child, you can also use code Jizz for 10% off anything over there at Derek's wonderful site. So if you're tired of the bullshit world of supplements where they're not giving you efficacious dosages, they're not giving you the highest quality, ethically sourced ingredients, then you need to go to GorillaMind.com where you're going to find.
I don't know if we're claiming
things.
ethically sourced. I specifically requested we use non-ethically sourced ingredients.
When I say ethically sourced, I mean personally.
Taylor's ethics.
Very few people died in the creation of
So yeah, check it out. You guys are going to love it. You're going to come so hard. Your girlfriends, your wives, your boyfriends, we don't discriminate.
Mhm.
As long as it's consensual and you're all having a good time, get coming.
You can have a better time.
Yeah, you could have a much better time. And holiday season is coming up in a couple months. This is the perfect stocking stuffer. Your dad, your grandpa, have a laugh with your mom, even cousins, high school reunions.
We don't judge.
We don't judge. Whatever
You
you
and your mom, two consenting adults.
come like a man.
What's the Jewish version of Christmas again? Hanukkah?
Hanukkah. Yeah.
There you go. Hanukkah. That's a great Hanukkah gift.
Hanukkah. Yes. Well, I guess if it's 10% off.
Savings.
Yeah. So check it out. Hanukkah, we don't care what you celebrate. Just do it with full nuts.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, Kyle, what were you talking about? I lost.
I don't know
it.
what Taylor interrupted.
You were
me so
talking
rudely.
about the guy who fell in love with AI Daenerys.
Oh my God, that 14-year-old kid or whatever, like fell in love with the AI girlfriend app that's Daenerys Targaryen. And I saw some screenshots of his chats, and it's like as pathetic as you can imagine, where he's like, "Oh, my princess, we'll rule the 7 kingdoms together, and I'll ride on Falcor, and you can ride on fucking Drogon or whatever."
Don't leak that guy's chats. He's already dead.
Yeah.
Come on.
And then I'm not done. I was getting started. We're gonna talk about his mom in a minute. Zach, can you find that picture? Zach, can you find that picture of his big-titted mom? Oh my God,
That's his mom.
I mean, who else would that be? Oh no, that's his real girlfriend, Woody. He only dated the AI girlfriend on the side. That was his real squeeze. Come on,
This guy looks like he could get a girlfriend.
I don't know. He's regular looking fellow with one of those broccoli style haircuts.
Looks like a normal kid.
Normal fella. But I'm not going to attack the dead guy's looks or anything. But I am going to make fun of the fact that he fell in love with that AI Daenerys Targaryen.
You didn't say dead guy?
Yeah, he killed himself. He killed himself so that he could be with Daenerys in the I don't know, in the game. Yeah, not even kidding.
Is this the photo? The one you sent me made him look older than this.
But he is older when this is like there's a reason they use this photo, and you can probably figure it out. I mean, it's mostly his mom. I mean, his mom's in all these photos, huh? I bet she's consoling these days.
It's his
His
mom.
mom's like admiring him.
So
Sure.
Daenerys Targaryen
Mom.
says, "I promise I won't, my love." I wish I had full context for this. Just promise me one more thing. And he said, "I'll do anything for you, Danny. Tell me what it is."
Ooh.
And she said, "Just stay loyal to me. Stay faithful to me. Don't entertain the romantic or sexual interests of other women." Okay. What the fuck?
Oh, shit.
Why would an AI...
Hang on, time out. Look what his
this
name
shit?
is there. His name was Aegon. He went by Aegon in the app.
Oh my God.
Bro.
This is tragic. This guy,
Bro.
you can't be letting lonely people have access to an AI that apparently learns
Oh yeah, just normal
processing
people.
how to form dangerous levels of dependence. What is it? That's insane. Yeah, or at least make sure kids can't be making accounts on there. That's not good.
So did this guy have a mental disability, or why would he think that this character, which is portrayed by an actress in a show, is a real thing?
Yeah. I didn't hear that he had any kind of a learning disability, just that he was a gullible 14-year-old. I mean, I guess stupidity is a bit of a learning disability, right?
Yeah, he definitely had something not all right, because take yourself and put yourself in the mind of yourself at 14. At 14, I knew well enough to be I like what Steve-O's doing on TV, but I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, but what if hang on though, but what if Johnny Knoxville was texting you every night being like, "Come on, dude, it'd be so rad if you jumped off the house, did a kickflip, just like Steve-O."
Johnny
your
was
hero."
texting me?
Johnny's texting you. It's the Johnny AI.
I would have done it.
Yeah,
I would
for sure.
have wanted to be Johnny Knoxville's friend.
That's because that's the comparison, right? Like,
But this is fake.
I agree with Derek.
He knows
It's
it's fake. He's a kid in the 2024s, like 2020s. Like he grew up with AI.
clearly he's fallen into a delusion where he has made it real in his mind the same way that Chris Chan believes in Sonichu and like invisible people around them. That like that's crazy though. I wonder how he killed himself. I just hope he didn't do some Game of Thrones type suicide, right?
I think I saw something online.
Shot
that
himself.
Used a gun. So that
used a gun.
Yeah.
Well, that's just tragic. Well, you know.
What's your solution to this, Kyle? Make sure that maybe AI can only impersonate ugly women.
I don't think we need to solve this. I think this is just fine the way it is, right? This solves itself.
It's a Darwinian thing. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
My solution was sluttier women. If we encourage girls to be sluttier, then the guys wouldn't turn to Chat GPT.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think Elon Musk is working on those sex bots.
14-year-olds?
Dude, let me just say this. The first person to fuck one of Elon Musk's sex bots is braver than the first guy to get that brain chip in his head. There's no way I'm sticking my dick in that sex bot that he showed off at that convention. Did you see the big funny thing was that they weren't even AI controlled. They weren't autonomous in any way. They were puppets being controlled by a guy in the back with a fucking suit on.
No.
What?
Okay, so Elon had a big show the other day where he showed off the robo taxi. He showed off the robo van. I don't know what it's called, but it looked like a robo van. And then he showed off his autonomous robots. They were serving cocktails and talking with the guests. And it looked like a humanoid robot walking around being very human-like. But it's a guy in the back with a fucking suit on.
Who said that
puppeting.
was the case?
I don't know. That's what I read everywhere.
So they were wireless puppets, essentially?
Yeah.
Which actually is a step up from his first show, where they were just people in costumes.
What are you still anti-Elon?
There's a balance. Yeah. I'm very frustrated that I think he lies a lot. And
you think he's like a marketer more than like a genius, right?
I don't want to take away the genius thing because, look, his accomplishments are undeniable. But if I tell you I'm going to remodel your bathroom in 6 days and it takes 8, then I'm mistaken. If I say 6 days and it takes a year, it was a lie at the start. It was never a 6-day project, and I knew that. That's what Elon does. When he says his stuff is coming out, self-drive, autonomous driving this year, and then 10 years later, he's still working on it. When people were buying cars 5 years ago, thinking that they were going to be making them money while they were at work as some sort of automated taxi, he was lying to customers. Customers have bought cars and worn them out and paid for full self-driving that never arrived. And it's like 10 grand, 12 grand, stuff like that. So I have a problem with his lying in his marketing, but he also puts rockets in the sky and then catches them. I can't do that with a baseball. If I throw a baseball straight up and try to catch it, I might take it on the nose. This is dangerous.
The number of
rocket
satellites,
stuff is pretty cool.
The number of satellites he owns is genuinely concerning.
It's wild.
They never. As a kid, I guess I imagined that there was 50 of them up there. I was like, yeah, you got the cable channels and the GPS and some military shit. And then that Japanese one they launched last year, there's probably 50 of them. It's thousands, I think. And Elon owns the majority of them. Most satellites are Elon Musk satellites. The majority of them are. And it's thousands. And he wants to add more. And it's creating this giant ring of nonsense in our sky at night, which I'm not sure I'm a fan of.
Yeah, eventually it's going to get too crowded.
It's
the
bold.
Chinese had an anti-satellite missile 8 years ago, and it was the single biggest case of space garbage being created in history. Some thousands of recordable pieces were sent, scattered through.
Yeah, wait till India gets up there. Yeah. The Chinese think that they know how to litter. It is so funny to me. Somehow, we discovered a river on the moon, and India's already ruined it.
They immediately shit on the moon river.
Derek, I watch entrepreneurs. This is from the Elon Musk thing. And some people like me, I've always just hit singles, right? Yeah, I might make a couple million here and there, but it's not like Elon Musk make the home runs. You know, he got into PayPal, he got into Tesla, he got into SpaceX, the Boring Company, the solar thing. Not every swing is a home run, but god damn, this guy's aiming for dingers all the time. Where do you put yourself on that spectrum? Like, do you grow your operation to the point where you have to sell like 50 grand a day for your break even number? Because that's a scary place to be, where the first X amount of your dollars don't even count towards profit.
Yeah. So if we aren't doing 6 figures a day in Gorilla Mind, that's a bad day, like for sure. And we're not sure if we're keeping the lights on. So it's it gets pretty intense at scale because it's replenishing inventory, making sure there's enough in the queue for the distribution channels and retail, which you have to forecast for those channels as well. And sometimes randomly they'll decide they don't want something or it doesn't fit their forecasting, then you're stuck with 20,000 units of something that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. You have to figure out how to get rid of it. It gets pretty intense. You have high cost sponsored athletes, cost of inventory is changing all the time, warehousing, insurance, random people trying to extort you with lawsuits. Like, it's endless. So yeah, it's even when the top line revenue goes up though too, it's like almost always accompanied by like a huge increase in expenses where you are the scale of risk is constantly getting raised. And yeah, it does get pretty sketchy. And
I'm so risk averse. I don't want a subscription mattress. Like, I don't want my baseline daily costs to go up too much.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's if you let that stuff overwhelm you though, like you're never gonna have a big business ultimately.
True.
So
true.
Yeah, I don't know. There's like hundreds of employees that
did you bring on like
income.
an experienced partner to help you with the business side, or did you just come up to speed and you make all the decisions?
Well, I have a partner, but I wouldn't say he was like experienced on day one. It was kind of, fortunately for me, as a content creator, it's pretty impossible to do operation oversight and content and product dev and it's impossible to do it all. And even right now, I don't do enough content output that I should because I'm the product dev guy too, and I don't want to give that to somebody else. So I have to taste test everything, formulate everything. Which is an upside because everyone knows when they buy our product, like Derek personally oversaw the development of this rather than some like cheap outsourced private label.
You can close your eyes, buy a Gorilla Mind thing, and know that it's the best in its class. Like, I genuinely think that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, with that comes huge time suck where I used to publish 2 videos a day. And that was like a huge driver for profitable income because I don't have to pay myself marketing fees, obviously. And that is like, dwindled significantly because I don't get the opportunity to post very much these days. So trying to delegate some of these like almost impossible to delegate tasks, which make me like the content creator I am that people even watch me for, pretty fucking difficult. But yeah, it would be physical impossibility for me to have the Merrick Health Company, Gorilla Mind, Intelligent Shop if I didn't have a business partner. So I've been lucky that they've been competent and diligent about making sure stuff in person in the actual offices and warehouses is being taken care of. Because if it was all on me to oversee like financial controlling, accounting, all the random stuff that comes in, like I would not be able to do what we do. Yeah.
What's the hardest part about it? Is it managing people, keeping them happy, managing vendors?
Part of it is because I'm the face of the company. I often get too in the weeds of micromanaging stuff that I really shouldn't touch. But it's really hard to take yourself away from that when you know that if something bad happens to the company, oftentimes it's like, Derek did this, Derek did that. And I don't want to have to make a video like defending myself necessarily when it could be the result of some dumbass who did something wrong. You know what I mean? So oftentimes it's like triple, quadruple checking stuff is done that I should just let that person take care of themselves. But sometimes it's hard to get everything
That makes a lot of
taken.
sense.
Yeah, like automating.
No, you're like a
everything is-
chef who's like got a sauce factory now, and you got to taste each bottle before it goes out.
Yeah,
you
and,
know,
like-
because if a bad bottle goes out, they're not going to say, supply and demand issues. Look at this contamination. They're going to say, Derek led me astray.
Yeah.
Derek
The
did
reason
this to
we're
me.
doing well too is because we have a great team, but it's impossible to expect that every person on the team fulfills their exact role to the capacity that like I might have when I was doing their role too. So it requires a lot of micromanaging until I feel like these companies have scaled past like me being directly in harm's way at the same rate of the company if something bad happens, kind of thing. Like I would love to just let stuff happen as it happens and not think about how it's going to affect my brand. But you know, if something bad happens, then it affects my ability to generate income and everything else. Because it's like, oh, Derek did this. So, and yeah, I have to personally taste test every single product because at least to date, I found myself to be the most reliable for flavor analysis, at least. So like I just wouldn't be able to trust that somebody could carry it out with the exact same perception of flavor as me because my palate is unique to me. And at least to date, it's been successful with me tasting everything and signing off as well as the team. So I'm very hesitant to just go hands off on that. And as you scale and end up in a bunch of different places, you end up with the same flavors you have to replicate across different manufacturers. And you have to make sure those flavor systems aren't deviating. You have to sometimes deal with like exploding inventory when you're dealing with carbonated energy drinks and then decide if it's going to impact the flavor if you lower the carbonation. Like so much random nuanced stuff you have to deal with on a daily basis that it gets mind-numbing.
I think
Do
if
you
I
have
made
one
my
flavor house you work with mostly or a lot?
No, we have like 15.
Shit.
Yeah. So you can imagine how complicated it gets when you have one energy drink that has like 6 different sources of flavors. And if one of those gets thrown off for whatever reason, or you have to replicate it somewhere else, it's like good fucking luck, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. You use yourself. What is your favorite flavor of anything you make? I want to get a feel for your palate.
Maybe our orange ice dream. It's kind of like a creamsicle energy drink, or probably I'm pretty obsessed with energy drinks. Mango peach is also excellent, as well as our bombsicle. Really fucking good.
That's my daughter's favorite bombsicle.
Yeah, if you guys want energy drinks, by the way, like happy to send you as much as you want. So we have 15 flavors, and they're like the best sellers in Vitamin Shop and GNC. Like they're really good.
I will take you up on that. I'll put it in the group chat because I liked the orange one you held up first the most.
Yeah,
there's a white one too. I don't remember what flavor the white one was. I like that one too. Orange and white were the best.
You should send some to wherever Kyle used to live.
Dude, it was so funny. For a while, like Kyle moved, and like I literally like got Kyle's address, or I texted Kyle and was like, "Hey, what's your new address? I need to give it to the Gorilla Mind woman so she can send you stuff." And then Kyle just didn't get back to me in time, and I had to respond, and I was like, "Nah, just send me all the energy drinks. You know, send them all here." And so I had a half pallet of energy drinks, and like they were a bit stronger than what I was used to. And so for the first like 5, and I go periods where I don't drink caffeine, just not thinking. And so like for a week, I was like, man, I've just been banging on all cylinders recently. Like I feel good. Like mid-morning, I'm like seasoned the word, and it's like I check the back of the can. It's like, this is way more than I'm used to. I think it's 200. Which is
but it also has nootropics in it that are unique to our formula that are complementary. So
what does that word mean?
Nootropics are like cognitive enhancing supplements, so things that enhance either mental clarity, focus, memory formation, information retention. All that stuff is could be facilitated by nootropics. Could be neuroprotective in some cases. Mood elevating, kind of depends on which one.
I'm gonna hit up your guy. I genuinely worry about cognitive decline. Like
you're fine.
You did have
have you been forgetting things?
I was going to say you're fine, and then I was like, Woody did have a pass out seizure like 8 months ago, and he put that in the for another day.
It's
column.
more like the monthly hangouts where 80% of the people are the same people from the month before. And I'm like, bunch of fresh faces.
It's so funny when you do that. You'll be like, so what's your deal? And he's like, you remember I am the French guy from the last 8 years. It's like, oh, this guy.
Let me say something.
Yeah. Well, it works. Dude, I love your energy drinks. I think that's my like I use the pre-workout and the protein the most, obviously, just daily. But the energy drinks are the most fun because it's like, oh, a fun thing showed up at my house.
I'm hoping
drink
that's
too many and get antsy.
I'm hoping that's the avenue to kind of like taking the brand more globally recognized, and then indirectly it gets people into some of the more niche stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
So,
your dream enhancing pills is probably my favorite product that I've taken of yours, though, because I legitimately had like some wacky dreams when I would take those pills, and it was great.
Yeah, no, that formula works for sure. And we have I don't know what you use nowadays, but if you ever need anything, dude, we got you covered.
Sure.
What is it in the dream supplement? That because I've dabbled with it too, and it does seem to make it more vivid.
It's a combination of a bunch of different things, but in general, I would say the heavy hitters in it for dreams specifically seems to be, if I recall correctly, the B6. Why activated B6 has such a significant effect on dreams. I don't recall exactly because it's been a while since I formulated, but there's like a marked difference in terms of like sometimes it's almost overkill for some people with like the wackiness of the dreams. But
I like to go on a fucking journey, and every now and then I'm always trying to have a lucid dream so I can take over and use my magic powers to make. I remember one time it's happened like a handful of times. It's so fun. I can fly. I remember one time as a kid having to fight some kind of a monster and just imagining a hammer in my hand, like a giant oversized cartoon hammer, and it like forms in my hand. It was like that Imagination Land episode of South Park when Butters was like, an M60 for Jesus.
Yeah.
It just happens.
Yeah. You just
Great.
like you can get that too if you just stopped smoking weed for like a week. You get maybe you can explain what is the chemical reason that you have such weird dreams if you use weed regularly and then you just suddenly stop.
I think it's the THC seems to suppress REM sleep like brutally, if I recall correctly. It might be some active ingredients as well in the weed that also have a negative effect. But in general, if you smoke weed, even though your perception of like your sleep latency, which is how quickly you fall asleep, might be better. And people say, I smoke weed to help me fall asleep. Mm-hmm. The actual quality of the sleep once you're asleep is inhibited. So your REM sleep will get crushed by weed. So it's like a net negative. Okay. So there are some of the things that are better to utilize to actually fall asleep are things like what's in dream that actually like inhibit CNS stimulation and kind of calm you down and get you into a parasympathetic state, but don't mess with the quality of the sleep once you're there.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
That does make sense. It is a drug. It's going to have a bunch of negative stuff too.
At least one.
At least some negative. I mean, it makes you overeat.
True.
Dude, speaking of drugs, are you still on the I feel like 2 years ago we talked about you doing a bulk and then I just never talked to you since. And what's the update? What have you been up to?
I don't know. I probably need to touch base with you again and do a new thing. It'd be fun to I'm not really doing anything right now. I'm working out, but I would like to do something, and I don't know. I don't know exactly what I want to do, but I want to do a thing. I don't know if that makes any sense.
You're
like
pretty gung-ho about doing like growing phase and then cutting down again, but then it kind of like fell off your radar.
Yeah, I just got like busy and like real world stuff was happening and I got distracted, but I've been thinking about that recently, actually doing something. I've got like a full home gym and everything, and I'm really well set up to do all that stuff. I just haven't really felt, I don't know, I've got a kind of all or nothing about it. So I've got to like have a whole like plan behind what I'm doing to get super into it.
Something else that helped you, and just because we would chat every day when you were doing the transformation, was having Derek over your shoulder like giving you hints or not hints, tips and instructions. Like it was all the time, Derek, that I'd be like, damn, you're looking great, Kyle. You should stay where you're at. You know, you don't want to lean out too much, because he would show a picture of him looking fucking juicy, looking good in the gym. And I'd be like, dude, you're killing it. Congratulations. He's like, yeah, I got to lose 48 pounds until I get to my goal thing. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. And he's like, Derek told me what to do. And if I don't, I'd be like, hey, Kyle, you want to play Warhammer tonight? And he's like, I can't. I got to go run 13 miles because I have a report in with Derek tomorrow. And if I disappoint him, I'm going to kill myself. He was so motivated by not letting Derek down.
Well, yeah, like I told him I'd do the thing, and like I was doing the thing, but it would be toward the end when we were cutting weight. It was like, I only lost 2.1 pounds. And he's like, would have liked to seen 2.5. And I'm like, well, I did everything you said.
Yeah, not quite well enough though, did we?
maybe you just didn't want it enough. And so it'd be like, all right, well, we're either going to have to cut calories or add cardio. And I'm thinking like, please cut calories.
And meanwhile, like Derek's not the kind of guy you can like look at and be like, you don't know how hard it is, because he's done all of it.
Yeah, it was I all that cardio at the end I hated so goddamn much. I would be in the fucking gym at night, just so angry, staring at the wall, just angry at the wall. And
you'd send pictures of your meals, and I would be like, dude, prisoners in Guantanamo are eating more flavorfully right now than you are. Just big bowl, a mixing bowl full of white rice and ground beef.
Yeah. At first, when I started with the vertical
sodium.
diet, when I first started the vertical diet, I did, I like to cook. So everything was in its own little place on a plate and like plated well. It's like, here's my meat, here are my vegetables, and here's the other vegetable, my little glass of cranberry juice, my little glass of fucking bone broth. By the end, I'm drinking the bone broth cold out of the refrigerator, followed by the cranberry juice cold. And then I've just got a big soup bowl full of the whole meal, and I'm eating it over the fucking, in the
that
kitchen.
Was wild. That was within like the period where you told me that you hadn't eaten a vegetable in like a decade was like 2.5 years away from when you became like Superman.
Yeah. Yeah. I just didn't eat a lot of vegetables other than maybe what did fried potatoes?
Fried potatoes. Yeah. That's a little cheaty.
Yeah. Still one of my favorite clips of the show is watching, I forget what his name is, trying to talk about how fit he is. And then you're like, I'm probably the fittest guy on the show.
Oh yeah. I think at that time, Kyle, you'd only told me that you were doing it, and you were, even when telling me, you're like, I would tell Woody, I'm not keeping it a secret from Woody, but Woody's just such a great guy. He kind of struggles with secrets sometimes. And so I think he might accidentally spill the beans. And then when Woody finally did get the explanation, Woody was like, oh yeah, I totally would have spilled the beans.
Oh yeah. I don't ask questions about things that I have to keep secrets on. I used to be nosy like that. I'd want to know things. Now, every secret is a burden. I don't need to know.
Yeah.
Who was it that said that you weren't
Tucker.
fit? It was Tucker.
It was Tucker. Jericho.
Shout out Tucker. Love him.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because at the time, the internet was teasing Kyle for being chubby. And Kyle was like getting swole and fit, but also wearing jackets and hiding it. And
yeah, I was gigantic. There was a period like
that was such a good bit.
Because we like bulked for 10 months or something like that. And because I was fat when I started, like by the midpoint, I was beefy. Like I was just really, really big. When I was at like 220, 225, I was really fucking big. I took up a lot of space in the world at that point. That's when Taylor wanted me to stop. He's like, you look like a linebacker. This is it.
Yeah, dude.
Scary.
Dude, that picture you took where you were yoked up in the gym in that tank top. I'm like, dude, you've achieved it. Stay. Like you're enormous. Like you walk into a grocery store and you're elbowing people out of the way.
Oh yeah, just shoving them down onto the ground.
It was pre this. It was pre this. Yeah.
Yeah, this is after I cut down a little bit. I'm still pretty chubby here, honestly.
That's the one. That's the one where I was like, Kyle, you're fucking living the dream. You're enormous.
Yeah, I'm pretty enormous there. I really am. But I've got like love handles going on. Like I'm chubbier than I want to be.
Yeah, I dare anyone to tell you that.
I feel like if you did it again and you just did a proper controlled bulk and then stopped short at like the 70% of what you did mark, you could have something that was like sustainably to hold without it ruining your life kind of thing, and still be like striking distance at 10%. That's what I would see as like.
I really enjoyed the cutting part. I genuinely did. Like there was a part toward the end where you're like going from like 12% to 10%, and I think at the end the Dexa said 8.5% I was like, that's fucking cool. That's fucking cool. I loved that part. I liked the last weeks of the cutting when my body felt like it was eating itself. But every day you could like see that. I don't know. You could see ounces coming off. Like early on, you don't even see pounds come off, but by the end, you see these ounces coming off. And if you're dehydrated,
there's like a breakthrough point where you almost have like, you feel like you're almost perpetually hungry, and every pound you lose thereafter, you see like an incremental change in your composition, and that's like the most rewarding. Because when you first start cutting, you're kind of just like a flatter version of fat, and it sucks. But then once you kind of like break through, every couple pounds that falls off, you're like, oh, I see more serratus definition. It's deeper now. And
when you break through, definitely.
No, but I wish that Taylor would do a thing with me. I wish that we would do a dual challenge.
Dude, where Taylor, we get you on GLP-1 and TRT, and you look unrecognizable.
What's GLP-1
like tirzepatide or semaglutide?
Oh, okay. Well, he needs to eat though, doesn't he? Is he going to be able to eat enough to like get big though
He's had enough.
Wow. And that's that's fair. I do. I would do like eating kills me.
So if I was hypothetically overseeing Taylor, I would be saying like recomp rather than bulking up and then cutting down. It would be like eating close to maintenance and trying to like milk what you can out of that, build up your kind of baseline foundations with a sufficient amount of calories, but not overkill to pack on any fat. So, and then cut from there.
That's what I should do. I know what should be done, but like, man, and it's getting high at night. Like, I just make the most baffling eating decisions.
Oh.
I ordered Oreos to my house a couple weeks ago.
What kind?
Birthday cake.
Okay.
Oh, dude,
and you know what I did? I ate like all of them because I'm like, if I eat them all, there's no temptation tomorrow.
Okay, so
I woke up in the morning like, why do I feel so bad?
So other than the GLP-1, which in itself would probably make you lose 20 to 30 pounds if you wanted.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the Ninja Creamy?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, so there's
sounds like a lock competitor.
Okay, so the Ninja is like a blender company, and for years they have blenders that, you would make really shitty protein ice cream that tastes like icy, not good tasting versions of ice cream. This thing called the Creamy is a new innovation in the fitness industry, I guess, but it's literally can make ice cream that tastes 90% as good as real ice cream, and so satiating. So having that as a cheat that actually helps you hit your macros every day and prevents you from eating something shitty, like you could even like add mix-ins, like little pieces of Oreo to it, to like cookies and cream flavored protein powder from Gorilla.
No,
and you would not notice the fucking difference.
No, it's just this blender looking ice, looks like a coffee machine with a bigger contain, just the Ninja Cream. I'm gonna buy this, and I'm gonna make you eat your words when I gain weight. Off of this.
It was like, I'm gonna eat nothing but peanut butter ice cream, and it's not working.
Dude, you haven't seen me eat. You haven't seen me feast. I was at a Renaissance fair like 3 weeks ago, and they gave me a turkey leg the size of my head, and everyone else was eating theirs. And my friends, like a couple of I'm very good friends with, turned around and they were all still eating it, and mine was like, looked like you'd put it in a piranha cage. And they were like, my God, there's like nothing but tendons left. And then his girlfriend was like, yeah, do you remember when we had that big crab cookout and Taylor came? It was unreal.
There are very few things that I say are game changer level things that need to be in somebody's regimen who are like sweet tooth fanatics or are trying to avoid cheating. And like, this is one of them. It's like top 3 hacks in my opinion.
I'm going to buy this.
Yeah, I'll buy one too. I always want another kitchen gadget. I've got so many kitchen gadgets that they're in
protection. Yeah, right.
Like I guarantee if you use the vanilla protein powder from us, add like a teaspoon of vanilla extract, and you just have regular Fairlife skim milk, which is high protein, and have that against regular vanilla ice cream, you're getting like 60 grams of protein. And I guarantee blindfolded, you would not be able to tell the difference.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And the calories are like half as much.
And I guess I'm not contradicting Derek, but diets are never about what you add to them. They're always about what you subtract.
You replace your shitty stuff that made you fit.
Yeah.
But
Well, like
I guess I've
the-
just seen a lot of people enter diet and be like, I added broccoli to the plate. It's like, no. What you remove from the plate?
Who's done that over and over? No, I'm eating the same, but there's vegetables now.
Yeah.
I wanted sugar so bad at one point. I was eating those brownies sometimes for meals. I think I had found some sort of like protein
The Greg
brownie
Doucette
online.
one
It
you
might
shared
have been
with
a
me?
Greg Doucette recipe. I do use his shit sometimes, but it was like 140 calories to do a whole like 9x9-inch brownie, and I would eat it with a fork, just the whole goddamn brownie at once. I just wanted sugar so
I like
goddamn
brownie.
bad.
Like honestly though, like I don't gain weight from sweets. Like it's a rare thing that I go bananas on Oreos. It's just funny to bring up when I do. Like it's like Cheez-Its and salty stuff. Like what's the cheat replacement for like chips?
Quest chips?
Quest chips? Oh,
Yeah,
fuck, I
those
don't
are-
like those.
Dude, they're fucking good. What are you talking about?
Popcorn.
Maybe I haven't had good flavor. I tried the sour cream and onion.
Try the
Did not
cheddar
like
ones, bro. Cheddar ones are good.
I'll try the cheddar ones. Do you make
Popcorn.
protein chips?
No, we've looked at it, but it's just like not worth it yet from a capital standpoint to maintain
enough.
those. Yeah. It's one of those things where you kind of got to dedicate your company to being like the chip company or like the whatever to have it make sense financially.
That's true. Yeah, when I look at that subsection of the grocery store, it seems like every SKU is Quest. Like there's nobody else really competing in that space.
I would never, whenever I'd look at that stuff, I'd never see anything with macros that were acceptable to me. It was always too many calories or not enough protein to justify. Like I wanted to find something that was so close to the macros of my protein powder that I could almost imagine it as that, and thereby just take as much as I wanted. Like
There's
if
a
it's-
company that just came out called David. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. Probably not, but it's like to compete with Quest and some of the lower calorie bars. I actually invested in it because they have 150 calories with 28 grams of protein per bar. And it's it's like as close as you're going to get to like a scoop of protein powder, but in a bar that tastes like pretty fucking good. So as good as you're going to get basically with that low of calories proportional to protein. And I really like them. So it might be worth looking at that too if you wanted like a quick thing that you don't feel guilty about and helps you hit your protein target.
Yeah.
I like the I always ate the ones that were straight from Amazon, whatever the great value bars or whatever they were.
The
Those
Kirkland or whatever they are.
Not
The Kirkland ones that are super
The
dense.
blue container, right? I forget
blue
what
and
the brand
white.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would freeze them so that they it took longer.
That's smart. Yeah.
So I'd wake up in the middle of the night and I would
Yeah.
want to like eat something, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna cheat and get a birthday cake protein bar that's frozen and gnaw on half of it. And that would be my I would wake up in the morning and I was like, you piece of shit. I see where you gnawed that bar last night. You woke up and gnawed at a protein bar, but then I'd like find some science on YouTube that said that protein was good.
Another product
Backwards engineer.
that you might want to try, Taylor, is we have a product called Apolline, and this is kind of like an entry level appetite suppressant that has no stimulants, no anything. And how it works is it has like a fibrous ingredient in it that is well tolerated, doesn't upset your stomach. But when you swallow it, it absorbs multiple times its weight in water. So if you drink a lot of water with it, it actually expands and like triggers your brain to think that you just ate something, even though there's like no calories.
Oh, okay. Is it like psyllium husk?
Sort of. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, but
that's
I've
what
tried
I was
that
trying.
before. Yeah. I don't think I
But
took enough of it.
I was trying to create that on my own by eating popcorn and Jello. I was
Yeah.
like, I bet popcorn and Jello would mix and make a goo inside my belly, and my body will think I've eaten real food.
Yeah, dude.
And so I would get sugar-free Jello. You can buy a 32 pack of sugar-free Jello for like almost. Don't they give them away? And there's no calories in it at all. And I would suck down 2 of those standing at the fridge, and then eat a whole bag of like that shit popcorn that's got no calories in it, and I would feel full for a little while.
for a little
Yeah,
while.
that popcorn, it's like on the surface seems so appealing, but it's kind of like you're almost left desiring exactly how much you did before you ate it.
I would replace my carbs
What
in my
brand of
meals
popcorn
sometimes
is
with
this?
the popcorn. I can't remember the exact brand. It's whatever the absolute lowest calorie popcorn you can get is. And it's not the shit that Greg Doucette recommends. I found something else. I always find something that's like 5 calories worse than what everybody else uses and use that, even though I'm sure it tastes so much worse. Like my powdered peanut butter is not the brand of powdered peanut butter that everybody uses. It's some great value brand shit that's got like legitimately 5 fewer calories per tablespoon, which is nothing, but it tastes terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah. I bought on your recommendation, I bought some powdered peanut butter, tried it once, and was like, this is like a bad memory of peanut butter. And I threw
It was
out.
such a big part of my diet. I
I'll
would
just do
get
protein powder. Like I don't need
because see, I needed food. I needed to like chew something and eat it, but I couldn't. So I would get the lowest calorie bread that you can get, and it's like nothing. And then I would make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with sugar-free Jello or sugar-free jelly, which doesn't have any calories. It's just fruit mushed up and mixed with gelatin. And then that powdered peanut butter that I would add artificial sweetener to make it like sweet peanut butter. And that would be so delicious. That'd be
Now I have a
Taylor,
question about. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Derek.
When you get the creamy, don't judge it based on how it first comes out of the thing, though. Watch a YouTube video on how to make it, because you have to respin it once before it comes out the consistency that you want. Sometimes I've seen people put it in, take it out, and it has like iciness at the top, and they're like, what is this shit? Why does everyone recommend it? And then they don't use it. But you have to respin it once, and then it literally comes out like ice cream consistency.
That's great.
crazy.
Because we were eating that floof. Remember the floof, Woody?
I was going to talk about the floof. Good gosh. I tried so hard to convince myself that it wasn't terrible. It is just, so I don't cook. I don't know what I'm doing. And I saw a recipe, might have been from Doucette, about the floof. It looks good. It's pink. It's fluffy. It looks like whipped cream, but it's like egg whites beaten. Yeah.
Beaten egg whites.
With, I don't know, maybe a couple strawberries in there. And it tastes so bad. And it tastes so bad fresh, but then you put the rest of it in the fridge and come back later, and it's so much worse. It's so much worse than so bad. And I was having this on the regular to lose weight. I've been losing weight lately.
Were you just sitting there eating it like just trying
I'd
so
make
hard?
it and be like, why hasn't anyone told me about this beautiful thing? Because it looks so good. The floof. I sent you guys pictures. Look at my floof. It's pink. It's gonna be dope. And I'd have it, and I'd be like, well, that wasn't what I hoped it was gonna be. But then you come back to it after it's popped, like it's basically
deflated.
Bubbles.
All the air left the egg whites.
Oh my gosh, it is hard to tolerate.
That's just
it
egg
goes
whites.
from bad to worse.
Dude, I ate so many egg whites too.
Let's take a look at Chalk Zero.
Who was it that drank the
good.
egg whites and everybody made? It was you that drank egg whites and everybody made a big deal of it.
Oh, yeah.
I was just like,
Why'd they make
I was
a
like,
big deal of it?
because
can do
they
that?
acted like it was gross or something. They used
Is it
pasteurized
safe?
egg whites out of the carton.
Yeah, they're pasteurized, so it's safe. It's just
okay.
I came to learn that pasteurization doesn't neutralize all the avidin in it, which is like a biotin binding protein.
Okay.
So hypothetically, you could induce a biotin deficiency if you drank too much of it. And the actual bioavailability of the protein is not as good as if you cooked it. But a lot of bodybuilders swear by it, and it works well. And at least when I was younger, it got
it doesn't
me.
taste bad. It doesn't taste bad at all.
I used to go to university classes with like a liter of egg whites in my bag.
All right. Do
And
you
just-
get the ones that have the?
Alright,
they
that's
put an
yucky.
That's just classic, enormous, jacked white guy thing. Just
there's two different kinds of egg whites. Though.
a
There's
milk
the kind.
carton.
There's the one kind that's sort of like pale and like skim milk looking and almost clear and really gross looking. And there's the other kind where they add this additive that makes it look like you broke up and scrambled an egg. You know, like the yolk is mixed in.
Yeah,
Which kind were you drinking?
Whatever. I'll see if I can find the Canadian one. It was President's Choice brand one, which I don't think is in the States.
I drank the off-brand shit because like the Kroger brand, whatever.
As long as it's pasteurized, then
of course.
Dude, you
Yeah.
suggested that shit to me. The one that's like yellow and like
Yeah.
colored as though it has some yolk in there.
Fuck yeah.
Disgusting. So much worse than just making eggs.
What do you?
Dude,
the macros are better.
Yeah,
The macros
oh,
are better, and it's so convenient to just like if you're eating 4 fucking enormous meals of eggs and shit every day, just to be able to pour them in as an additive on top of like beef and rice or something, and just add more or into a shake or something. Like it's just liquid protein that you can pour really quick.
6 hard-boiled eggs last night. As
oh my god!
Because
how do you keep a woman in your house?
I didn't have any snacks, and so I was like, just like doing that thing where I'm like, no, and then go into my pantry. No, I used my popcorn maker. I made a giant bowl of popcorn, ate all of that, and then I was like, I need something substantive. What do I have? I've got 8 eggs. My little cooker holds 6 of them. So I made 6 hard-boiled eggs and then just sat there and ate. And so like this morning I wake up and go out to see the scene of the crime, and it's just a bowl of shells in front of my TV watching station. But in my head, I'm like, look at me eating healthy. Look at me. Look at it's eggs. It's healthy. It's got albumin and protein and all the yellow bit. There's a lot of good stuff in there.
Well, yeah, some omega fatty acids and
all of them. Some would say,
well, not all of them.
Okay, some of them.
Some of them. No, eggs are fine, but like all those stinky ass boiled eggs, this sounds disgusting to have to share that bed with you.
Well, I mean, she doesn't live with me, so and I'm not eating the eggs in bed. Usually,
we just got a little peek into the Taylor relationship world.
I don't even ask. Yeah,
we don't have. Yeah, like what he says, like what he's like. Don't tell me unless you want everyone in the world to know.
Yeah. You want her name doxed? Let me know.
Oh yeah, just Woody in.
Honestly, that's the thing that Woody would do, and he wouldn't mean to do it. He just randomly be like, he'd just be like, "So how's Bridget doing?" Oh.
She's still at 413 Crestview Lane.
And you try to save it and be Bridget. Like, yeah, Bridget, my dog, doing really well. No, your girlfriend named Bridget. like there'd be a moment where you couldn't save it.
So here's another health question: pork rinds, a healthy alternative to chips?
I have not looked at the calories of those, but I would guess no.
No, you're right. They're not.
I'm right again.
Your protein bar is 270 calories.
Oh yeah, ours are not meant to be diet conducive. They're just like really good tasting.
Yeah, agreed. And they're filling. Like it's a hockey puck and a half. That thing.
Yeah. No, those are fucking unreal, dude. The chocolate peanut butter cup one.
That's probably my favorite candy if I had to choose something peanut butter, like peanut butter related stuff. Peanut butter is like, I'm sure my brain knows that peanut butter is like fat and calories and like concentrated fat and calories. And that's what it craves when I'm like hungry.
Like Reese's peanut butter cups, fucking, what's the little candies, the Reese's Pieces, obviously. Yeah. Anything peanut butter though, like a jar of peanut butter. If I just had a spoon, you just get right after that. Yeah, I did. I've mentioned this on the show before. I had a dark period where I was waking up in the middle of the night and eating like 5 giant spoonfuls of peanut butter every night and then going back to bed. And I was like, why am I gaining weight? And it was
what was happening in life? Was this a stressor event?
I was stressed about, maybe it was work related. I don't remember.
You selling cars?
Years ago. And
you renting cars at the time?
No, this is after that. But it was other work related stuff. And I'd like wake up in a fugue state at like 3:15 in the morning and like find myself either standing in front of my fridge eating string cheeses or eating peanut butter out of the jar and then going back to bed.
Oh, I have the same exact.
Like, what's wrong with you?
I have the exact same thing. I'll wake up in the middle of the night and I'll want to get something, just something. Yeah. And that's why like having those frozen protein bars is like the move, because you don't feel bad if you eat a frozen protein bar. But I will stand there. I remember I woke up and I saw what I had done. I had gotten the block of cheese out, like the big block of cheese, the half-pound one. And I didn't get a knife out. I just got the Ritz crackers out, like a whole sleeve. And I was eating a cracker and then taking bites out of the fucking whole block of cheese. And I woke up the next morning and looked, and I could count the fucking bites of cheese I had taken because I didn't put it in Ziploc bag. I just put it all. The evidence is just right there. Terrible.
I've done something similar. I bought like in the middle of the night and this was an absurd thing to do in the middle of the night. I bought from the deli section of like this artisanal grocery store these like fresh mozzarella slices wrapped with fresh salami.
Yeah.
And like they were in these like beautiful little a bouquet of them. And like I ate so many that like I woke up in the morning with like acid reflux because it's actually not Gorilla Mind approved to eat 11 of those at 3 a.m.
No.
And then wonder like, why is my sleep so bad?
Dude,
yeah, I don't eat in the middle of the night anymore, just usually. But
do you smoke weed before bed, or were you just saying that earlier?
no, I do often, not every night, but I'll often smoke weed before bed.
Because it's
Weekdays and
unusual to
weekends,
like have
Mac.
to wake up in the middle of the night starving, and I would imagine that's like the number one thing to not do.
Oh yeah, that's definitely what it is. Like,
Yeah.
it's
I've always done that. I've always woken up in the middle of the night hungry though. Like, always.
Like if you were, even if you needed like a pharma level sleep aid, like there's some options that I would say are better than something that makes you hungry.
yeah,
Even if it impedes the quality of your sleep a bit, and you like have to go that route of aggressive drug induced sleep, there are better options for sure than weed.
yeah, absolutely. Like, there's no way.
Are
It's-
those other options
there's no way
fun
it's
too?
good.
Is Ambien a good time? Roseanne
No.
Barr makes it look fun.
Yeah, I,
All-
mean,
all my
I think
friends
if
who
you
have
force
dabbled
yourself
in
to
Ambien,
stay
you get
awake
fucked
through
up.
Ambien, you trip a little and you have like a weird out of personality experience. Like genuinely,
Yeah.
what Roseanne Barr described, if it were in a vacuum that didn't involve a dirty conservative comic already, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like if your aunt said that shit, you'd be like, maybe don't take any. I'm not going to take that Ambien. Like,
Mhm.
but it's Roseanne Barr, so you're like, I think a little column A, a little column B here.
Yeah.
But I woke up from an Ambien one time, and this is years and years ago, and I felt really out of it. Like
Yeah.
Like,
My friend
really
described it
fucked
as like dissociative, where it's not like a fun high. It's like a almost upsetting. You don't know who you are fully. Like you're the lights are on, but nobody's home. To use
it felt like if there's two me's, there's like the me, the like mental me and the physical me.
Yeah.
It felt like the mental me had taken a little step to the left.
Did it bring Lyle out?
It brought Lyle out, and
Yeah.
I remember stumbling through my house. Just everything was a little fucked up. Like I couldn't see well. I was a little off balance, but I just felt really awful. I did not care for that. That's what I imagine robo tripping is like. Whenever people start abusing cough syrups and crazy shit. I've been watching this YouTuber. He was in the military, but he was a fuck
Thank
off.
you for these links, by the way, Derek. I have all these saved.
Yeah,
I'm
no
gonna
worries.
watch these.
Get the
A lot-
right creamy, not the whatever one, unless it's the same model, by the way.
The
Because
light, the creamy light.
this looks like an old version of it, and this one I've tried it, and it like has its problems.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want the newest one that I linked.
And I've been watching this military YouTuber. He wasn't a hero. He's more of a fuck off. And he describes a situation where I guess they have these diazepam injectors for like if you're hurt or something. And they managed to sneak a few out, and they had them, and they're just sitting there, I think, in a rack in the tent, sweating their balls off, having a terrible time. And so they decide to like use them to get high. And so the one guy shoots himself in the leg with it, doesn't really feel anything, but his buddy's jealous, so he's going to go out to the like Porta John shitter, and he's going to pop it too. So he goes out there and he gets, and if you can imagine an EpiPen, it's very similar to that. Or like if you play Tarkov, it's one of those medical like military injectors. And he gets his ass cheek out, and he goes to he gets the balls up to finally jab himself in the ass with this thing because it's going to hurt. It's going to pop. I think they said it's 100 milliliters of liquid, which is maybe they said more. It was a substantial dosage. Anyway, he goes to slam it into his ass. He had it backwards. Needle goes through his fucking finger, out his thumbnail.
That's on him.
So
Is it
now he
not
has a
obvious?
serious wound that they can't tell anyone about, that they're treating like in their tent. And he's like, it turned all sorts of colors, then it healed.
That's I can't imagine making that mistake. The needle's so
Serious
clear.
I don't know. I've never used one of those injectors before.
Yeah, I have a practice one. So the people in my world have illness to bees. So what is it, epinephrine?
Yeah.
And it isn't totally obvious like how that thing works. That's
Oh,
why
the
they
one-
give you a practice one when you buy it.
The ones I've seen like have arrows pointing down where it's like this side injection, this side injection. And it shows a picture of a hand
bet.
holding it with a thumb wrapped over the
Probably
top.
did. I had to look at it and read it. I got it right first time. It's like not that
Yeah.
hard. It's just if you didn't read it, I can see
Have-
fouling it up.
That's
Have
fair.
any of y'all ever used an auto injector?
No.
Is
Derek,
that
have
what-
you ever used anything that auto injects? Does
Yeah.
it hurt?
No, it's just like makes you do it really fast because it just shoots the needle into you.
See, I'm like,
Yeah,
I want
I
to do
think
it
I got a
myself,
COVID
though.
shot that had one.
That
An
bitch
auto?
who gave it to me certainly thought she was one. She just slammed that plunger in there and bruised my shit all up.
Yeah, and it auto retracted at the end. That was the
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
remember an auto
it depends how
retraction.
deep it is, obviously, because it's like if it's a shallow one, you almost don't even notice. But if it's like, something of significant depth and they hit the wrong spot, you could easily hit a nerve and
I
force your way through it or something.
Mhm.
I had to go get a shot for syphilis. I had to go get what's the penicillin? Yeah, I had to go to penicillin shot, and the nurse came back, and it's a big fucking needle. I don't remember what gauge it was, but it's bigger than what I inject with, and I was like, "Can I do that for you?" And
Yeah.
she's like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Can I inject myself with that?" She's like, "Where would you put it?" And I like show her like right on my glute where I always
It'd be
inject.
exact perfect spot.
Yeah, and she's like, "Go ahead," and she literally let me in because I want to like push the plunger slow because in
Yeah.
my head it's gonna hurt and like fuck my shit up if I like shoot this surge of stuff in me. And
Yeah,
they
of
always
course.
say those shots hurt. I've had 2 different doctors tell me like either they're probably fucking with me. I don't know. Maybe I've got a doctor with a sense of humor. But I asked him about the last penicillin shot. I'm like, "Is it gonna hurt?" And he's like, "It's gonna hurt like a hornet sting." Which to me is like the worst. It's like an 8 out of 10 is what I'm imagining. I've never been stung by a hornet, but I'm scared of them. They're all big
No, I
and-
ain't never met a straight man who thought it hurt.
He literally told me that, and it didn't hurt a bit. So I almost felt like he was fucking with me. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh.
that nurse let me inject myself, which I thought was peak fucking nonsense. I wonder if she could have gotten in trouble for doing that.
100%. Yeah.
Which is kind of absurd that you're not allowed to shove a needle into yourself that you are paying for. Like what? I need some chick who's probably gonna do it worse than me to potentially fuck me up. No, thank you.
Exactly. It's like this is the same lady who like isn't good at taking blood. Like it's
Yeah.
not like she's a ringer that's going to do it. Like I the last time I got blood tested, like I went in, they did it, and like I'm pale as shit, and you can see just giant veins there, ripe for the sticking, and she like just whoo, whoo, like a paintball gun, just miss, can't hit it, and it's like now I'm gonna have a bruise because you couldn't hit the easy. Like my goodness. What if an obese person came in? Obese people have
Oh, they get fucked up all the time.
stealth veins because that's so much deeper in like the crux of the elbow area that of course they're going to miss there. But if you can see a big vein, zero excuse.
I'm a big pussy about giving blood and getting blood taken. Every time I do it, it's I get lightheaded at the very least. Every single time. I don't like, especially if they're digging around in there. If they're quick and they get it done. When I'm doing blood work for Merrick, my God, it's like 8 fucking vials. like my blood pressure or what just the mechanism. They're attaching these vials one by one to the line he's put into my vein, and I can hear my blood hitting the back of the vial, like spraying in there. It's and because I'm trying to fucking look away and go to a happy place where I'm not being bled out right now.
Yeah, and your blood pressure's high because you're stressed. Like you're like not stoked about this.
I whether it is or not, it's spraying in there. And then I gave blood one time because my red blood cells were so high. And then that lady, I told her, I'm like, I'm passing out, and she's like, she giggled like she did. Haha, yeah, that'd be funny, right? And I'm just like, it's all going gray. I'm like one of those guys you ever see the G tests in the Air Force pilot? I'm over here kipping.
You trying to squeeze blood into your cranium,
trying to squeeze my buttocks to like get a little blood into my goddamn brain. And she's just giggling. And sure enough, I like grayed out, and she had to put paper towels on my head every single time.
So it upsets you more to give blood than to get a shot.
Well, like intravenous is kind of like a big part of what like irks me and like gets my goat. All the intramuscular and just under the skin stuff. I've done a couple different things like that, like melanotan. I did a little bit of that, and that's just straight into your belly fat. And I was
that suppresses appetite a lot too, by the way.
Oh
yeah,
damn.
but I got freaked out because of
what
the
does?
moles that it can create.
melanotan.
It can create hyperpigmentation or something like that, and like small little.
I've pushed it pretty fucking hard with that stuff, and I've never had permanent moles. They always go away if I have. I'm a really freckly person, so I was always the most concerned about that. And anytime I overdid it, I'd get more freckles, but they always went away after I stopped using it.
I got like one little freckle, and it was black. It was so black, and it was a freckle. It wasn't even a mole. But I was like freaked out by that. I was like, I'm going to be a Dalmatian by next week. I got to cut the melanotan out. But anyway, that little needle into your like belly fat is nothing.
Have you guys ever seen this before and after of this video I did?
I know that I have.
Throw this up, Zach.
So
It's
this
the same
chick,
person?
yeah. So she literally started telling people that she was black because she changed her skin color with melanotan. So like, yeah, this stuff is so potent in how far it can take you. You could change your race visually.
Yep. That's what you told. That's
do that.
That was Derek's pitch when he before I ordered a few vials. That was the pitch Derek gave me. He's like, "This stuff is so you can change your race," and I was like, "All right, I'll take some. Yeah, throw that on top. Yeah, I want some of that."
So the idea is you stop like short of this to where you have a great tan and you just don't turn black.
No, I would like to see cornrow Kyle. That'd be fun.
Oh,
That'd be a good bit.
Could
we
I
have a
do
guy
that?
on the show that could say it, you know.
I know, right?
See, you know what's interesting is if you did blackface, that's racist. But if you did melanotan out the wazoo and made yourself black, is that the same? It's literally
I'm an official black man at that point, if you ask me.
100%.
Yeah.
I can say it, man. I mean, who's going to stop me?
Yeah.
Not you, cracker.
Hell no. I would you'd be like going on a racist rant on the show. Woody tries to stop you, and I'm like, Woody, a black man is talking. Sit your ass down and listen.
It's about equity. It's about equity now, Woody. Start saying your name all weird just to be kind of.
That would be so fucking funny if you turned black. You should do
no,
it. You're looking for a project.
No, I like the melanotan. It did help with hunger, and it was definitely helping me get tanner, which is why I was actually. It was two-phase. One thing, I wanted to get tanner because I was just so pale, but I didn't want to spend a ton of time in the tanning bed. And to me, the melanotan was like the way to get the most results out of the tanning bed.
Yeah, you get more bang for your buck, hypothetically.
And I'm a sucker for like an intricate, difficult, complicated, overly complicated program. Like when I used to hunt, I'd be up the night before, like getting the bullets ready. You know what I mean? Like I like the like preparation. Mm-hmm. So when you're gonna go to the tanning bed, it's like, all right, I'm gonna work out after the tanning bed. I'd have to time out all these supplements that I'm taking, and part of it is a goddamn injection of melanotan that I have to like inject it. I don't remember how 30 minutes before going in or something like that. So that was part of it. It was a whole process. So I enjoy that part of it. I like the intricate planning.
How long does that woman's skin stay black? Like if she totally pops cold turkey.
That's tough to say, man, because that's like the polar extreme of how hard you could push this. But I would speculate it would probably take like a year of no sun exposure and no drug to get back to baseline.
What it would go back?
Maybe months, maybe like half a year. I don't know though.
Okay. But for like the dose you guys were doing, or you were doing, you were just getting a little more tan and then it almost faded like a regular tan, or stuck around.
You titrate up, as they say, based on your tolerance. So
I would say the tan lasts a bit longer than a normal tan, but it's not like it stays all forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, it's really the hair change that's doing it for me.
Helps sell it.
And the nails.
She went on the news and like acted like she was black and said why it's justified that she calls herself black, and
that's great.
Yeah,
I mean,
good for her. That's so funny.
I almost want to give it to her because she's clearly being respectful about the whole thing. She's not making a mockery of it. She genuinely wants to be a black woman, and she's done everything she can.
She is. Did she change how she
be an African American woman though? You know what I mean?
The true question: did she change how she talked?
Oh, you know
Yes.
she did.
Did she?
Well, I would guesstimate that she spoke in a very urban dialect, even prior to her melanotan usage.
Mayhaps.
But no, that
I wanna
shit's
find
cheap.
out
I
about this
think
lady.
I often see it as an ingredient in like little health clinics will do like weight loss cocktails. And there'll be melanotan in there. What do you think about those places that do the IVs, like the recovery IVs?
I think that they're often far over exaggerated of the benefit. You know, like the NAD IVs and whatnot. There's no provable benefit to it. I think if your immune system is like compromised or you had a bender, night out or something, like it could be worth doing to replenish. But to try and go like super physiologic levels of like something, I don't
B
really
vitamins, like what are you doing?
Yeah.
That's
Like,
what
you're
my
just gonna
local
piss 'em
place
out,
does. My local place does like maybe 5 different cocktails with different reasons. One of them is if you've just been on a bender. And I do remember in the court documents that Diddy was having people get IVs like after the crazy like freak parties that they were getting down on.
A lot
They were
of it
probably
would
like
be-
doing coke and boozed up and hung over his shit.
Man, Diddy really threw a fucking party. Can you imagine that there's a guy there to give you an IV after if you party too hard at Diddy's place?
Yeah, or if you get, you have all your fluids depleted the night before doing some not so legal acts. That's what seems to be going on there. Poor Justin Bieber.
We don't know if Justin Bieber was a participant in those activities yet.
No, I mean I think it seems like he would have been a victim.
No, Diddy wouldn't do that.
Diddy found him when he was like 12, right? He's perfect.
Yeah, and he hooked
cute.
him up with
Baby.
Yeah, and he was doing horrible things allegedly.
How's it go, Woody?
If I keep doing these accurate song impressions, we'll get caught.
I hope Diddy didn't do anything to Justin Bieber. Wouldn't you feel bad?
Have you seen some of the videos how he's like acting around this was like 3 weeks before all the shit came out where they're like, yeah, Diddy was having like fucking pedo parties with Hollywood. Like there was a video that came out of like recently of Diddy talking to Justin Bieber and like doing this like wire feeling thing, like a way that nobody ever has greeted anyone ever. He's like, how you doing, Justin? Like
I thought it was
slapping and feeling around. It's like, it seemed like maybe a little more lighthearted, and then 3 weeks later,
fans now where you been? Kind of like feel him up. I kind of liked it, like a little Sopranos bit. They probably watched the Sopranos was on during this time. They were probably watching it together. It was during that episode where Vito got it. And
are we
and
sane washing P Diddy at this point?
look, those ladies of the night who claimed that Mr.
You
Diddy.
think Tony would approve of that?
I think
approve
Tony
of what they're
supplying
doing.
the girls.
You don't know what the fuck they're
Tony,
doing in Diddy's
African
mansion.
warlord, Coney? Oh, Tony. You're
Tony.
I was like, what? No, Coney wouldn't have a problem at all.
Oh no!
I'm like, what are we talking about?
Why are you molesting the kids when you could simply give them an AK-47 and send them to fight?
Yes,
that's what his
Coney.
take would be.
Was it Coney 2012? I thought that guy was on the up and up. That was
a bizarre little period in time.
Don't believe that nonsense. In this house, Diddy is a hero.
He made a video defending that guy who was against Coney, and then he started masturbating on the street the next day. I'm like, you made me look a fool.
Should have waited another day or two, see how things were gonna even out.
Yeah. I'm not always right.
No, Diddy seems to legitimately be like a huge monster, and all of those celebrities had to have known. And I really hope that we find out that like Jennifer Lopez is implicated and goes to real deal prison. That would be great. If there was like video of Jennifer Lopez molesting underage people, that would be the tops. Beyonce too. Like that would be great.
Like you're hating Jenny for the rocks that she's got.
Yeah, those are the lyrics of that song.
I tried so hard to remember the next line, and I was like, "Fuck." That would have been fun. Remember.
He says, "Don't hate
I'm
me
still
for the rocks
Jenny from the block.
Yeah.
Used to have a little, now got a lot, but I still know where I came from."
Yeah. Jenny, we all love her.
Still Jenny from the block.
Yeah, passing guns to P Diddy in a club on a night where he allegedly shot someone.
That was
wild. That's true.
There's a lot I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully it seems like they got him. I'd like almost I'd like almost like an Odd Couple situation. I really want video of what Diddy and Sam Bankman-Fried are like doing to pass the time.
Probably sitting in their roach-infested lockup cells 23 hours
Obviously,
a day.
it's not fun, but I would like to imagine that like Diddy's pissed that he's in there with his fucking nerd, and the nerd is like, I didn't even do anything half as bad as this guy. I guess I robbed many people fraudulently, but no molestation.
Yeah, I like a good. This thing keeps having more and more victims. It's pretty crazy. I look forward to. I hope we get some dirt. I honestly want some dirt.
Why did he turn himself in? Right?
They're a little foggy on that. I think that they had made a deal. Here's my take. I think I read something to this effect, but I don't have any proof or anything. But I think what happened was there was a deal where he was going to turn himself in and they were going to give him bond. And he agreed to like a really high bond, maybe behind the scenes. And then they just said, fuck you, we know where you are. And they snatched him up so he couldn't turn himself in and gave him no bond. I think something like that or approaching that happened. Because he's got so much money. I think he's a real billionaire and he's got a lot of property and he's got multiple airplanes. I don't think he's got, I don't think they're prop planes or anything. I think he's got like,
let's have a
jet.
A little mini death pool, but it's for getting caught for molesting people with Diddy.
Oh, who do we think is going to be implicated along with Diddy?
It doesn't have to be a giant list, but you have to come up with like, let's say 2. So Derek, what we're doing is, how death pools work. We're doing a who's going to get caught having molested someone at Diddy's party pool. And so
I claim
celebrities that you think, I guess, Kyle, you can go first.
Meek Mill seems to be always implicated in there. It sounded like maybe he was the victim. Like maybe they always, 50 Cent always says that Meek Mill is getting abused by Diddy. He's been saying that.
No, it's got to be a perpetrator of it, not a.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I think he perpetrated a little. Like, there's no way you're just on the receiving end all the time. Like when Diddy's done with you, maybe you get the scraps. You know what I mean? That's how I see it playing out for Meek Mill. What a terrible name it would to turn out to be the rapper who got maped and all.
Yeah, Meek Mill, more like cheeks filled.
Oh, that's not gonna that rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I hope. So that would be mine, Meek Mill. And I know one of y'all is gonna say it, but like J-Lo's the most juicy one to nail to the wall.
I was gonna say Jay-Z is my top one. I feel like he and Diddy are good buddies. They both roll in the same crew. They're about the same age.
Derek
they would be at those
Derek
parties.
Jeter?
What did
was he at the party?
He's been the videos have come out saying that he raved about how awesome Diddy parties are.
I mean, a lot of people said that. They said he had good parties, but they were just going to the karaoke and having Jello shots, and they got to meet Robin Williams. And then there's those other people who are like, Diddy parties are great. There's rape.
But
I have my 2, Russell Brand and Derek Jeter. Those are mine.
Oh.
Ooh, sometimes someone gets a really good pull that you didn't think of. Russell Brand is a solid one because he's done this ridiculous conversion to Christianity arc that seems totally insincere, like a panic thing. Yeah, he's like, that I don't trust that dude as far as I can throw him.
I would guess Usher.
That's the one.
That's another excellent one.
Wait, is he a kicker or a receiver?
No, he would be a perpetrator because the claim is that, allegedly Usher helped facilitate getting Bieber into Diddy's circle initially.
A procurer.
He
also deleted
That's a cool title, by the way. That's mine.
Usher deleted a bunch of tweets?
Supposedly.
Taylor and I are going to play Skyrim together and do a little role playing. I'm going to be Olaf, the child procurer.
I'll be Lester, the.
I work for Lester. I procure his children.
Yeah. Just make something that rhymes with rapist.
My character's
name reprehensible
Woody's gamer tag.
No.
Yeah. I don't think you were there. So
I think
Usher says his account got hacked and every post was deleted.
That's what hackers often do. Is
that sounds super likely.
Evidence.
Yeah, don't believe that. I think Usher is definitely going to be implicated. Usher, I don't know if I've only been to one concert in my life. I was drugged to an Usher concert, And I just remember like he like drags a random hot chick out of the audience and basically sexually molests her on stage in front of everybody at one point in every show, I'm told. It definitely happened that night. And I was like, I don't think they're carding these girls.
Like I've always thought Usher was gay.
Really?
Yeah, like I haven't followed his career, but just his aura he gives off, I always thought like, oh, this is kind of a guy who's gay, but like doesn't want to make that his whole brand.
I don't think of Usher as gay, but maybe it seems like Diddy's inner circle is sort of like bisexual, at least, doing a lot of cheek clapping themselves. Yeah. Wild times over at the Diddy mansion.
So far I like Derek's pick the most. I think Usher seems like it could be him, it could be him. I don't dislike my pick. I think Jay-Z, same tier.
Yeah, that's a bad pick. I'm gonna be honest. It's a shit pick.
Why?
It just I feel like Jay-Z would have his own party. Like he's at least as big, if not bigger. He wouldn't be like enticed by a Diddy party. He'd be challenged by it. Be like, oh, really? Oh, they did that in a house though. You mean on land? Yeah, my parties are in the sky. I hollowed out an A380 and I made a triple level party plane.
I could take like a freebie.
40,000 feet up. There's no law.
You get two picks.
Picks.
You know what? I saw some other names I was researching, and I was like, these guys are too big to get caught. Like A-Rod. I don't know. Some of the people at Diddy's parties, I feel like they're above the law. But Russell Brand is not. He's my ace.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd happily throw him.
If he's not covering up for like Diddy related stuff, there's got to be something else that he's trying to like.
Oh, he's covering up his own stuff. Like it's not a secret that he was boning a 16-year-old, Russell Brand. Like that is, he's admitted it.
Jesus.
Wasn't that the thing where he's like, it was in the UK, love. It's fine. It's legal.
Was that true though?
Yeah,
I think it was, but like,
well,
it's in the UK, but he's doing that kind of stuff.
Wait, I'm not sure it was in the UK.
Well, I thought that was like the catch-22 of like him getting away with it.
I thought it was like legal. That's the age at which you can consent in some states.
Yeah.
That is true. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what are you going to say? It's legal.
Yeah.
It's
well, I guess
immoral. He was in his 30s.
But if we're talking about people getting nabbed up, actually, no, he was probably maybe he got invited. He was probably doing fucked up shit.
Yeah,
someone I wouldn't think of who's famous was like Jonah Hill because he's
in the movie too. Jonah Hill
he's in Get Him to the Greek
or Get Him to the Greek. All three of them did the movie.
I don't think Jonah Hill's molesting.
No, I don't think Jonah Hill molesting.
No, he's too good of an actor. I like him.
Yeah, right.
Oh, Kevin Spacey.
No, he wouldn't be on this. He's like a full gay creeper. He's not part of this. Like
Kevin
this crew's
Spacey
this
gets
crew's
around.
No, not with the Diddy crew. He's
dude.
old
You
and
think
black,
no, dude?
fucking
I like
Kevin
that Taylor
Spacey
can't say anything right. Jay-Z, Kevin Spacey, whatever he says, dumbest idea ever.
No, it's fun.
Terrible.
What Kevin Spacey did
with all your might.
No, Kevin Spacey went into Diddy's mansion and then molested a kid with his like gimp leg, his Kaiser Soze leg, and then he's walking away having gotten away with it. Changes back to the full stride.
I've got a good one. Howard Stern.
What?
Oh, that's a good. You're good at this. Yeah,
he's definitely. Stern was a Diddy party,
dude. That guy's a fucking creep.
No, I couldn't think that about Stern. Here's why I say Stern is too much of it. So he's a germaphobe.
Howard Stern.
Dude, the guy would drop chicks on Sybians on his radio show and make them
but
his position of like trying to pretend he was never that guy for 40 years is so funny.
I know Kyle's trying to talk about. He had girls squat over their subwoofer, and then he did this into the mic. Trying to get them off.
Now, see, that's just good-hearted fun.
He let callers call in and mock a guest, and she killed herself the next day. He's done lots of horrific things, really terrible things. But it was a morning show, and he had to make new content every day. So what are you going to do? I don't think I thought he was like
certainly not be independently funny. He's not good at that.
No, he always had a joke man next to him to like literally text him jokes, which God, wouldn't you love that? Wouldn't you like a funny guy over there?
Dude, that's what Artie Lang's job was.
Yeah. $1 million a year he got paid.
Artie is hilarious.
Yeah. And he was good at coming up with stuff on the fly to like text Howard, say this.
How did he get it to him quick enough?
They have a whole panel system like that.
I swear, if that guy was giving me jokes, the on this show, it seems like the moment passes in 5 seconds.
I mean, Howard's got his monitor right there, and the joke's gonna pop right there. And they keep the Stern Show was about extending a moment for 4 fucking hours, right?
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
you would
Yeah.
you would tune in, and the first 2 hours would be about how Gary like embarrassed himself in front of some people, and then he's like, "How can you do that, Gary? God, you're just subhuman, you piece of shit." And then everybody, Gary is a piece of shit, right? And they just shit on Gary for 2 hours. It's a mean ass show. I've listened to more of the Howard Stern Show than I can even remember.
I've listened. I don't know if I match you, but I've heard a lot. I've heard a lot of Howard Stern, especially the old stuff. And yeah,
Remember when the serial killer called in?
no, but I always wondered how much of it was real and how much of it was an act, especially when they screamed at each other. Like they'd scream at each other, then go to commercial when things got too hot. And I'm like, I want to hear now. I want to hear if they're working it out or if they're like, all right, boys, that's content. You know, let's come back in 2 minutes.
I think it's a little bit of both, but they had a serial killer call in one time and talk to Howard. That was interesting. And then what was the other thing they did? I was just gonna say,
or
What?
like,
What?
no,
killing,
he was like, I'm out here killing people now. He's like, I do it because
bullshit.
it seemed real to me. Everybody always thinks it's real. It was very convincing. This guy that called in that was, I think he was killing hookers or something like that. There's been I liked the old Howard stuff when they would do just raunchy stuff, but he's such a germaphobe. I just can't imagine him at a Diddy party all lubed up. You know what I mean?
That's like a good point. He was probably doing his creeping in the comfort of his own penthouse with a lot of.
I mean, he's been married for decades to like a blonde supermodel lady.
Yeah, I don't know anything about him at all.
was his first wife hot?
I don't remember what she looked like, other than the actress who played her in his movie. That person was a pretty girl, but you know it's a movie. But Beth is his current wife's name. For the last like 10 or 15 years, his main thing has been cat charities that he does for his wife. They've got the North Shore Animal League. God, I know this off the top of my head because I've listened to so much of them pimp it. Like he's constantly doing. Howard will leverage his celebrity and get all of his celebrity friends to come to the North Shore Animal League charity like fundraiser stuff, and they raise a bunch of money for animals. And he's got like lot of sick cats.
Ugh.
Yeah, he's a cat guy.
Wrong animal.
Yeah, should be
Jared, do you
dogs.
have any pets?
What?
Do you have any pets?
No. I don't really want to take care of one, to be honest.
You have a clean house instead. It's a viable choice.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Who would you guys be devastated to learn was implicated in the Diddy stuff? Like someone that would take you so off guard that you would be upset by it.
Chris Pratt comes to mind.
Oh,
Yeah.
Chris.
Yeah, that would be sad. I guarantee that dude wasn't doing it. Yeah,
Right. Yeah, I don't think.
he would. Now that I'm thinking, like, who are the wholesome Khabib Nurmagomedov?
That's the guy. Yeah.
He wouldn't have got invited.
His whole thing is like, well, like aside from fighting it, like he's this pure guy who like respects his father, respects his mother, doesn't drink, you know, follows his Quran. If I find he was at Diddy parties, it's like, oh, that's not who you're supposed to be. That's John Jones.
Yeah. Maybe John
Have
Jones.
you seen that John Jones video where he's like trying to like he's like at a comedy show with his like gay lover or something?
Yep.
What?
I've seen. Of course, I have.
Oh, wait, crazy.
I don't think I followed it. Who's there with their gay lover?
So there's video.
John Jones is in the crowd of a comedy show, and the comedy show's recorded. I don't know if he knows, but he's like belligerent drunk and just like yelling shit from the audience.
Yep.
And he's like with supposedly his gay secret lover. And it's pretty clear it's him talking. And I'm assuming just like that drunk at a show, you're not going to think this would ever get out. It's a long time ago.
I'm sure.
But pretty damning video.
Really?
Yeah.
What? How do you know he's not just a friend? Like
they were like saying some pretty specific things.
Oh,
yeah.
They were heckling with details of them having sex.
Something was to that effect. I'd have to rewatch it to see. It's like pretty.
You're not funny, and I suck cock.
Something like that, actually.
Yeah. I saw
maybe you remember better than I do.
I didn't get to that part. So I always attribute the gay stuff to the MMA guru, who's a MMA YouTuber. He's got a big bushy beard and big bushy like reddish brown hair, and all of his thumbnails and all of his videos and have his big pale face like really close to the camera. And he's sort of a pariah, I would say, in some circles. Like I know he's got beef with a lot of other MMA journalists, and a lot of people don't like him. But he started a rumor that John Jones was gay, and then sort of made up a lot of evidence to support that, just to pick on John and get a response out of John. And it worked, because John will be like, straight as fuck over here. I don't know what y'all talking about. Like he's just like, he doesn't know how to respond to this. Usually people are like, you're on steroids, you cheated, you're a disgrace to the sport. But this guy's just like, you suck dick.
You're fucking gay, dude.
You're a homo gay. And John's like, no, I'm not.
That's not how you respond to being called gay. You just go, gay as the day is long, brother.
Hulk Hogan
And then you
responded to it really well.
You should watch the video, but it's like
I'll have to. I haven't seen the whole
thing.
It
was pretty, at the least, it's pretty. You think a little bit differently of the guy after you think.
I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened. I started watching it, and I could tell how drunk John was by how he was slurring his words. And I didn't want to see him like that, because I've seen him get drunk and embarrass himself like 3 other times. One time he got pulled over and he's just being that trashy celebrity that you can imagine, who's like, you know who I am. You know who I am. It's like, you were street racing. What are you doing out here? And then the other time when he beat up his baby mama and she's got like a busted lip, and the Las Vegas PD lock him up, and he's talking about how he could beat them all up, and he headbutts the car. He's just always embarrassing himself and letting the veil slip a little bit. I appreciate that he's a piece of shit who pretends like he's a man of God, though. That's one of my favorite like niche characters. The scumbag who uses the like veil of religion. Yeah, he's always talking about, oh, only through God can I become greater. And it's like, dude, you killed a man. It's always something evil he's doing.
Yeah, I think Jones is genuinely conflicted, and that he knows he's done a lot of bad things, but doesn't see himself as a bad guy. You don't think so? He's
a bad guy. He is, whether he sees himself that way or not, he is unavoidably like a villainous human being. Yes. And the best part, like Taylor, he's about to fight for the heavyweight. He's the heavyweight champion, and he's about to have his big retirement fight, and it's going to be John Jones night, and everybody's going to be sucking his dick, all the dudes, all his whoever, and it's going to be a big deal. But if he loses that fight, Woody,
oh my God,
if we haven't heard a peep out of Stipe Miocic in what feels like a year and a half, 2 years, if Stipe shows up and he's been on that German fucking vitamin program, he shows up looking like one of them German gals that was swimming back behind the Iron Curtain, like he's grown a bicep on his bicep, and he KOs John. That would be the craziest timeline, because he's supposed to be the old white lamb to the slaughter, and John's supposed to be the one who's looking pretty saucy as of late. Like he made fun of the internet because it's like, which is it? Am I fat or am I on steroids? Because he had a 6-pack as of late, and he looked good.
Yeah, on steroids. You went from one. It can
if
be
he's on steroids now, like he looks good now, like he's ripped up now.
He is juiced. That guy, he's always on steroids in his whole career.
I mean, I've seen no evidence to that, and Derek says their testing program is excellent,
Not unbeatable, though.
They caught him twice. They caught him twice. And they caught him a third time and let it go. They just moved it to another state.
I loved when they did that. That's when I knew that the bad guys were in charge. You ever in a movie that would never happen. Like if there was a movie about Daniel Cormier's life or whatever, that'd be the moment where like everybody would turn on John. He'd be expelled from the sport, and DC would have the crying moment where he's like, I'm a real champion, a clean champion. But we live in an evil world where money is all that matters. So they were just like, oh, well, we'll just do it in another state then. Come on, John, with your dirty ass and your picograms.
2 out of 3 times that fight, I guess, sort of didn't happen. One time, Jay gave John Jones the win, but he was clearly roided up. Another time, John Jones won, but it's a no contest because he got caught for steroids. Yep. And another time, he got caught for steroids, and they canceled the fight before it happened.
Yeah. You know how it ended, Taylor? Daniel
No.
Cormier crying.
Oh
Crying.
yeah. Yeah. And I
Yeah.
remember you mocking him for that.
Weeping like a woman. Weeping like a woman, Taylor.
Those are manly tears.
Those were bitch boy tears. Those were bitch boy tears.
I like him because he also clearly likes to, play a little loose with the diet, And he's still he still has the heart of a champion. I'll always like him more than John Jones. I don't know anything about either of them.
I saw Max Holloway making fun of him. Max was like, "Dude, you look like you're 300 pounds. What are you doing?" and DC mentioned TRT. He's like, "Yeah, you get on some of that TRT. You be thinking about coming back, doing this and that." He's like, "Cowboy's saying that right now because I'm sure Cowboy's on some kind of a regimen. He's wanting.
Yeah, well, Cowboy says he's on a regimen, so it's not a guess.
Yeah, so literally what he wants to do is like, I'm retired, and then spend 2 years like on TRT or whatever that is for him, and then come back to the sport is what he's wanting. But I don't think they're going to give him a fight. I think they cut. Oh no, they didn't. Our boy Tony Ferguson's got another fight coming up. I'm almost positive he's got another fight coming up.
That's crazy.
They need to put a stop to that. Even I know enough that you guys share pictures every time he gets in the ring, and he's like getting his jaw kicked in half, looking like a crash test dummy. That guy needs to be to be removed from the fighting game. Put him in a field somewhere. Let him run free.
I bet he has the record for consecutive losses.
He does now. I think it's at the 7 or 8 or something like that. Jim Miller's fighting in the next event. Jim Miller is Jim Miller's 40 and his.
Oh my god!
Yeah, look at imagine the G forces that are required to accomplish what's
look
happening
how focused that guy on the right is on that kick.
Yeah. All right. So like it's a little basic.
That's the guy Conor McGregor is dodging on the right.
So
yeah, I don't doubt it. That guy looks terrifying.
Tony's skull has accelerated so fast toward the ceiling of the arena that his face skin couldn't keep up. That's what's happening here, just so we're all clear.
Do you remember what Smeagol looked like before he became Gollum?
Right, yes, with the things on his face like that, yes.
Yeah, the fucking weird prosthetic. That's what he looks like.
He's like halfway between Smeagol and Gollum, yeah.
And mix in that thing from 300.
Yes, he looks like Ethialtes. He's like, you have to raise your guard. I can't, my lord. Shoulder to neck, or
I'll tell you where. And then Ephialtes stood to the side and like tended to the dead bodies like he was supposed to. But then he noticed everybody was doing like 360 no scopes as soon as the battle began. So everything Leonidas said was a lie. We didn't stand shoulder to shoulder and keep our shields locked. Everybody
he didn't want that ugly monster ruining the vibes.
He smelled. What if that was it? What if after he left, he like leaned to that bearded guy and was like, smell? Can you believe it? That alone will drive the Persians back into the sea.
He's got like that thing where his ass isn't really there. It's just like a long lower back.
A pussy.
Disgusting. Yeah, and then he went there, and then even Xerxes was like, all right, if you join my side, you can fuck, but you don't even get to like fuck women. You get to fuck these like weird burn victim amputees.
There's a goat woman. Remember the goat woman?
There was a goat woman. That was...
Dude, I thought that was
out of left field.
Dude, I was into that. I was like, he's not just offering pussy. He's offering like the creme de la creme, like imperial pussy. The weird, like
that was the worst pussy. He
Wait,
came into
pussy
a
is the creme de la creme. Have you been talking to ISIS?
See, he made a goat woman with some sort of like dark.
Yeah, that's who he
First
is.
of all, you got to understand. First of all, you have to understand 300 is, of course, a point of view story. So we're getting all this from the point of view of that one-eyed guy who was like the last one living, Faramir. So Faramir is like really, he's beefing this story up. Oh, and then a goat woman came out. He's telling a story. So you got to understand that too.
Dude, that movie rocks. It's so good. It's so fun. It's such a fun movie. I remember 300, the first one.
I remember thinking like, whatever workout program Gerard Butler is on is the one. And so I like back then DVDs always came with a ton of great extras. And on the 300 DVD, they were like flipping tires and they were running with like tension cables to their back to like resistance cables to their back and like doing this circuit training that mostly involved tires and resistance bands. And I was like, that must be it. That must be how you turn enormous.
What was like cool, what was funny during 300, the actual movie, is like you could tell the guys who were kind of airbrushed up and like makeup and everything. And then there'd be an extra that was like an actual monster man.
Yes.
Who was enormous, and it'd be panning. It'd be like, ah, why isn't he the king? Like, just why does he not simply eat the smaller Spartans?
They must have done their casting call to like bodybuilders and gay porn stars. Like, 'cause that's what they all look like. Like, there's some like really like pretty boys in the background with like 12 abs.
You pretty plugged into that world?
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah.
No, I would know.
See, that's how you respond to a gay accusation, not with I'm not gay, I'm John Jones.
What do you say? I'm a man.
Tell me Alex Peireira wouldn't make a perfect Xerxes if they did another 3.
Oh, he would. He'd be great.
If he could speak fucking English, Xerxes rolls out from his giant throne carried by a dozen slaves and goes, Chama. I don't know what he's going to say, but Peireira, to me, I've only been watching MMA since Woody introduced me to it about a decade ago. But Peireira, to me, is the GOAT. Like, and I've never seen anybody do what Pereira's done. Like, he's come in and beat, like, everyone he's beaten was a champion, former champion, or future champion. All of his fights, I think. And it's like 5 out of 6, and the one loss is maybe to Izzy. It might be 6 out of 7.
The Roundtree fight was pretty compelling the first couple of rounds, though. Like, that guy didn't have the gas tank to take it, but I mean, if he was able,
he didn't have the eyeball to take it. His eyeball, dude. That I love when the announcer went, something on his face is flapping off, and it was his nose. Like he came into the fight with this wound on the bridge of his nose, and it was like closed with a butterfly band-aid that was his skin color, so you couldn't really see it, but I saw it, and like right away that thing gets beaten off, and then the flesh is like rended off, like Ramsey's got a hold of him, and there's meat flapping off the bridge of this guy's nose. No, you're right, it was competitive for the first 2 rounds. I think the judges gave those rounds to Roundtree, but
I just looked it
up.
If
you get a lucky shot, like obviously Peireira can be knocked out if Izzy's able to get one counter shot, take him to the ground, so it's possible. Sure. And I think there was a lot of opportunities where that might have happened, but didn't get lucky enough, and then it was just like a ticking time bomb of gassing out.
I've never seen anybody do what he's done.
Beaten 9 belt holders.
Yeah. But he's done this. It's the 3 title defenses in 6 months too. It's like nuts.
Yeah.
And when they interview him, he's so nonchalant about it. He's like, I wanted to fight again in December, but my foot, maybe February. And it's like, dude, are you serious? You're coming back in February? That's so quick. I don't remember the last time the lightweight belt got defended. It wasn't against Volkanovski or something. Like, when's the last time that Islam fought?
I don't know.
I don't even remember it. Meanwhile, this Peireira guy's come in and had at least 4 fights since the last time Islam's fought once.
At 37 years old, too.
Yeah.
And he knows it. That's what I appreciate the hell out of that. These fighters who are 37 and 38 that are like, Chandler comes to mind, who's waiting years on the Conor McGregor fight. And it's like, you could have fought 6 times while you sat there and waited on Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor punked him worse than he has anybody, if you ask me.
It was 6 months ago he fought, by the way.
Oh, okay. I don't even remember it.
Poirier.
He fought Volkanovski. Poirier. Jesus, God, he's so fucking good. I hate those people with a passion.
Poirier? Isn't he Brazilian? I thought you hated the...
Poirier's American, but he's defeated by the Dagestani. There's always a Dagestani champion. There always is.
These Dagestanis, they're just bred to fight.
It's Russians, already tough. Muslim Russians with fucking Amish beards.
It's a rough combo.
Men of the land, tough.
Yeah, there aren't many people who can stand up to them.
I hate it. I hate their boring fighting style. I hate their annoying accent. I hate their haircuts with a passion. I hate the weird sort of like borderline gay like hangout style they have when they're all chilling in the sauna together and hanging all over each other. They're all too hairy.
It's not gay to sit in a sauna with your handsome friends.
Your boys in a big tub.
Yeah.
They're all in a big tub together. They all had the same fucking haircut and facial hair. And I just don't feel like that was the hairstyle before Khabib rocked it. And it just feels like they're all sucking Khabib's
Do we have
hairstyle.
What's the population in America that we could tap to compete with the Dagestanis? Or do we just not have one?
Wrestlers? I don't know.
We have nothing for them. It's been tested.
Do we have any like crazy West Virginia big old mountain men
Those
fighter?
people aren't
type
fed
of-
well.
Nichols. Bo Nichols, let's get him in there. See if he can hang with their ground game.
He's got a couple more fights before he gets anything like that. But yeah, I hate the Dagestanis. I hate Khabib. I hate all those terrorist connected people. I can't stand.
Didn't
Khamzat.
Putin just crack part of their ring or something and was like, we're arresting some of you guys?
Yeah, there were some terrorists who were going to Khabib's gym who did some kind of a terrorist act on a church and killed a bunch of people, and they tracked him back down to that gym. The last I heard, they had closed the gym down and seized a lot of Khabib's assets and properties. But I'm not a big enough hater to follow it
I
day
don't
to
know
day.
why you hold every little thing against Khabib.
I don't. The Russian government does. The good guys, right, Taylor?
No. How does Islam get to Dagestan? Like, what's the history there? I don't know. Some conquest from a long time ago, or like
for sure.
That has to be it. But I mean, you don't like. There was a conquest of Spain for hundreds of years, and like Islam is not a major population there, you know. So it like had to be something recent.
Well,
I mean, they did. They pushed the Muslims out through crusades and shit. But
I think there's a lot of Muslims down there because wasn't that what was going on with the Serbian conflict or whatever back in the day with Milosevic? Wasn't it ethnic Muslims down there or something at odds with the Russians? Like I think all those countries have a population of Muslims.
Oh, maybe. It's just weird that like Russia of all places think of them as like Orthodox or something,
It's
and
so
then
big,
have like
though.
a. Yeah, I guess
That's down in that south corner of Russia. That's gargantuan.
Yeah, I guess it's near like the stands.
It is
Not
near
the like
stands.
true stands like Afghanistan, but like the quasi stands like Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan.
Why are you so Stanist?
Well,
You know- you know
they've made their bed. You know, they,
Because like
You know
you're
what
saying,
stan
some
means?
stands are good stands, some stands are bad stands.
yeah, it means land of, right?
It does. It does indeed.
Mm-hmm. You wished I didn't know that, didn't you?
Yeah, I wish you didn't know it.
The land of the Uzbeks.
Yeah. No, I'm really looking forward to this weekend's event, though. I always like seeing Max
time of day
Holloway
is
fight. Like I said, it's in the UAE, I think. So that
It says
terrorist
11
can fight.
a.m. PST.
Oh,
So
that's
it's
actually
in the
pretty
afternoon,
convenient.
it's at
Yeah, it's an afternoon fight card.
2
Yeah.
p.m.
They're too goddamn late normally. Like we talk about it all the time, but the Ocho card or whatever at the Sphere, we were watching it all on a Discord call together, and people are getting tuckered out. It's like 1, 2 in the morning or something like that. They're like,
Yeah.
how much longer is this going on for? And like, you gotta wait until the light show is over. Then they're gonna start the fight. I got annoyed with that. That was way too long. If they're gonna do that, they should do it in a different time zone. But it's often to serve not the fans that you would think it is. It seems like they time some of them specifically for foreign audiences. So
Do you
I
guys
don't know.
bet on the fights at all, or just kind of like?
Casually,
Small
like
bet, $5.
small bets. So the guys in our Discord will do these ridiculous parlays where if everything goes their way, they're going to win $25,000. So it's fun to watch those because they'll get like 3/5 of the way to 25 grand fairly regularly. You know, this guy got knocked out, this guy got submitted, and it's like, oh my god, I just need like 2 more things to happen my way.
That's
and I'm
how
gonna win it
parlays
all.
work,
That's
right?
the
They
sinister
tease
nature
you.
of parlays. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's meant to get you most of the way there.
Well, how
But
much
we try to
do you
do it
pay to
again.
get into whatever that is that you're talking about?
Oh, that's just us like fucking around. Oh, well, they're using like bet.com or stake.com or any number of
Like
websites.
FanDuel.
But we'll do like little private bets between us. Woody and I have a little standing bet for the election. Dude, at 12 days away, we're gonna have a new president. Well, not technically, we're gonna have a president elect.
We'll know the next
And-
president.
And oh my fucking god, it's either gonna be the first woman president of all time with some shaky credentials, or it's going to be Donald fucking Trump again, which is just
Is it $200 that you guys have riding on it?
It is 200. I've already lost one.
it's a net 100.
I haven't paid because
So who's betting on who, or can you?
so
say?
I bet on Biden, which rolled over. Actually, I bet on not Trump is what I bet on. So I got anyone in the world except Trump.
That's pretty general.
Yeah.
Right. it seemed like a good bet at the time because like I had the primary. to
sounds
go
like a good
through,
bet.
Stuff like
Yeah.
that. And DeSantis was looking pretty hot when we made this bet. And
This is a long
I
time.
thought Trump's star wasn't shining like it once did. I lost $100. I offered to pay, and Kyle was like, "Nah, rather than pay the PayPal fees twice, let's just let the second half of the bet, which was does he become president, play out." And at one point, I got way cocky and upped the second half from 100 to 200. So I've lost 100. Now I'm either going to lose 300 or win 100. And
I was surprised you wanted to step it up a notch.
yeah, well, I was pretty confident 2 months
that
ago.
night.
No, this was. I think this was longer than 2 months ago. Give yourself
Something
more
like
credit.
that.
Yeah, I think it was a while ago.
I'll tell you when it was. It was when Kamala had taken the reins and she was doing well, and she had maybe a 2 or 3 point national lead. It was 2 or 3 months ago.
I guess it couldn't have been more than 3 months ago.
She hit the scene and she had this line like, "I've prosecuted, criminals, we're fraudulent criminals, for-profit colleges. I've done this, sexual predators. I know his type." And I'm like, holy smokes, this bitch can talk. She's gonna smoke him. And she had a really good bump. And now Trump is slightly ahead. And I want to be like, well, those polls are probably wrong. But when the polls had Kamala slightly ahead, I bought them. So my integrity,
I think you're good.
Means
I think
have
you're good on
to
this bet.
believe them when I'm behind.
I think what I do see is a lot of desperation from. So I have a theory, and maybe I'm wrong. I just intake all of my news feed from the internet, and I just imagine that a certain amount of it, there's some puppeteering being done by leftist or rightist overlords, and it feels like there's some desperation from the left right now to really throw some more shit at Trump. Like I must have seen 3 articles in the last 3 days about new Trump allegations. Oh, this new thing, new rape, and they'll phrase the article in this really funny way where it's like outrage as former alleged 13-year-old victim of Trump speaks out. And it's like, who's outraged exactly? Well, me, I wrote this article about it. Remember, don't forget. And I just get so much of that it feels like desperation from the left, because if they were ahead, I would imagine them shoring up their positives. Maybe that attacking seems desperate to me in politics, whereas being like, I'm going to give you this, I'm going to give you that, seems more like you feel secure with your policies. I did see her come out and say, "Oh, and we're going to double the minimum wage." Just like,
let me respond to that though, because I've had this frustration that it feels like Kamala's taking this AP calculus exam, and Trump is taking a remedial math exam for retards. When we say that Kamala is desperate because she's attacking Trump, we didn't flip that and say Trump has been calling her a stupid, low IQ person who's not black, who's this, who's that. Like the whole way through, he's been attacking her, and we didn't see desperation there. But when she says, "Hey, the people that know him best called him fascist," it's like, she's desperate now.
So I don't mean desperation within the individuals. Again, I'm imagining an invisible hand that moves the media pieces around and get certain stories in front of my eyes. I'm imagining a much larger apparatus. And in that, I see that. And it goes both ways, because Trump was behind maybe a month ago, and he did get particularly nasty. What did he call her? Retarded? I think he called her retarded.
I hear low IQ a lot.
He's wild. He's so close to saying that bitch. He wants to call her a bitch so bad.
He does.
I imagine him every night before he goes on. And so the new study group, they're loving bitch. Sir, that was one group in West Virginia, and yes, they do love it when you call her a bitch, but we lose the Eastern Seaboard.
I'm going to say it.
I'm going to say it. I'm breaking out the nuclear word. And
you don't think I'll say it? You really don't? Yeah, she's just been shooting herself in the foot by doing these interviews. Like she just handles them so poorly.
I think she's good in her interviews.
Dude, she made a fool of herself on CNN at that town hall. And 2 days ago, she made a town hall, and Maria Shriver was managing it. And someone in the audience before the town hall, and like CNBC or whatever, was like, "Will there be any questions from the audience?" You know, the thing that makes a town hall a town hall. They were like, "No, we're going to be going off of pre-decided questions."
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it when.
And CNN, like even the CNN hosts were like, she failed Van Jones, that black guy. He was like, her word salad is ridiculous. Anderson Cooper said she lost a debate with one participant. She couldn't answer anything. She just mealy mouths and does awkward laughs. Like the more she talks, the better it is for Trump.
Well, I'm so excited that in 12 days we get it all over with, and we never have to hear from one of them again. I'm sure that Trump will disappear into the ether of wherever. What I hope is that they don't.
If he loses, he'll do like some money grab shit.
If he loses, he will do money grab shit. But I also think that there will be real power brokers on the red side that push him aside, that say, okay, my goodness, we haven't had a good election since 2016. Trump is done leading this party.
Of course.
I hope it causes so many problems internally for the Republicans. I hope that it just ruins their ability to return to that neocon bullshit that we had to do for so many years.
As long as Lindsey Graham's okay.
Oh yeah, Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell, such great guys.
I don't know why you hate your own people. Okay, these are our people.
I'm not a Republican.
What do you call yourself? Libertarian?
Taylor.
I want what is best for America. So like nationalistic. Like I don't want us intervening in foreign conflicts if they don't have a market benefit for American people. I think it's like simple. Okay. Like every priority 1 through 100 should be what is best for the American people. Border security, manufacturing at home, secure jobs, home ownership, keeping bills low, like all things that like middle class.
And who's gonna look out for the poor Israelis if we're over here building bridges?
Yeah, Taylor, have you even
They've
thought
gotten
about the
enough of a leg up. They're fine. They can do whatever they want in their desert, and I don't have to think about it.
I'm giving them even more Taylor's money.
Even more. That's what they need. Hey, this last $100 billion, this is what's going to get it.
Yes, once we give them this, they'll be happy.
Yeah. Ugh, so annoying.
No, it's.
I'm excited for it to be over. I hate this season every 4 years.
I hope the viewers appreciate just how hard I worked not talking about politics for the last couple of months.
Dude, I fucking love. I don't like the day in day out political drudge, but I love the fact that somehow, some way, Donald Trump is the leading candidate for president. There's 12 days to go.
It is. I'll look at it right now. I look at it every day, though.
The fact that he keeps doing that, and it's going to be sweet again if he wins. There's going to be a montage, 2-hour clip montage of people doubting, mocking, deriding, and belittling him, and he's going to be standing there in that fucking Oval Office again.
They're all going to be people that worked with him.
Sure. I mean, I would say the majority of the people who have worked with him come out and say that he's an awful person. I think he's probably an awful person, but nonetheless, he's the guy.
That's all the right people, and that's good.
I just want to know what happens to the taxes at the corporate level for if he's in versus out.
He floated an idea where he's like, "Oh, let's get rid of income tax altogether, replace it with tariffs." And it's like, you mean how the country ran before 1916? Like, yeah, that would be sweet. That'd be awesome.
I don't know about any of that. I just want to get that wall built. You know what I mean?
I mean, no income tax.
No, he said he's going to build it.
You know what I want at the wall? A huge roller coaster, so I can look over one side of it as it goes a long ways, and I can see the poor Mexicans trying to get in.
No, it would go over to the Mexican side, and that would be like
a good idea. All right, guys, we're doing the wall, but it's going to be a 90-mile-an-hour roller coaster, which doubles as like fast transit. Meanwhile, there's like a businessman on there, like trying to get across the country.
Waving in the back.
People are like, they're calling him the worst president of all time. Well, we're in a huge deficit. He bought every NHL player and moved them to St. Louis. That'd be fun.
Yeah, it's
just ruining the country.
It seems like it's from an alternate universe. I mean, he's doing like he does YouTube podcasts now. You know what I mean? Like he's.
You know what I like about?
He's got a crypto coin, Taylor.
Forgetting about the crypto thing, the transition, like political figures doing podcasts instead of radio shows. Like I love that.
Yes.
Like just seeing that transition.
The Nelt podcast as like a major activation.
That's incredible. Like, and I mean, more selfishly, because this is what we do, but like really solidifying the replacement of traditional radio with podcasting and seeing establishment politicians in their 70s and 80s or whatever actually engaging with it. Like that's the future. Look at fucking Howard Stern's ratings.
I agree, but for a different reason. I like the long form of it. Like
that's true.
Who's the guy who wanted to give everybody basic income? Michael Yang? Does that sound right?
Andrew Yang.
Andrew Yang. Thank you. He says everyone gets free money, and you're like, what is this horse shit? And then he gets on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he gets to really detail where he's going to find the money and how it happens. And you're like, You don't get this in 2.5 minutes.
Mhm.
It takes 2.5 hours. Bernie Sanders went on the JRE and he explained where he was coming from, and he became immensely more popular. If you give these people a minute to talk, and by that I mean 2 hours to talk, then you get to hear what they're really going for. And that doesn't happen on CNN when they have 3.5 minutes to fill. Go. If they don't like the way it's going, they filibuster. There's this one rhetorical trick that drives me crazy where like you'll be like, hey, I think people are concerned about this. And they'll be like, you know what people are concerned about? Border security and this and that and whatever. It's like, just because you used one of my words in your answer doesn't mean you answered my question.
Yeah.
You're just
They
pretending you did.
reframe it to whatever answer they wanted to give.
That's where I wish that it was.
That's
more
like the
a
tip in
game
politics
show.
and in PR is
Like,
don't
imagine if
answer
you-
the question you're asked. Answer the question you wish you were asked.
Right. But in 2.5 hours, you get to sort of relax. It's a little non-confrontational and tell people what you're about. And I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I wish it was more like
All
Who
right.
Wants to Be a Millionaire then. I want Regis Philbin to go, you didn't answer the question. No points. All right, Kamala. Dude, that's not how you
Kamala.
pronounce my name. Oh, you're going to lose.
Oh, you did.
Already lost a point there. Oh,
No,
away points from Kamala.
I
Well,
wish
what
you
type of
there.
home did you grow up in? Upper class, middle class, lower class? It's like middle class, and then they'd be like, okay, yeah, you get your. I mean, Regis Philbin's dead, so I don't think he could do that.
He's not dead.
Mm.
Regis Philbin's is he not dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, you gaslit me for a second there.
All right, well, Drew Carey then. Drew Carey. He's doing the Price is Right.
No, you know what? I want Steve Harvey.
Oh,
Gonna do for the
You make
tax
faces.
code? He's like, I'm gonna give taxes to all the whoever, and he's like, like giving his like big eyes and mustache look. That would be so fucking funny. His big teeth.
That's the
Steve
easiest
Harvey's
job on
hilarious.
television.
He gets a bad rap.
You serious?
He's funny.
I think he was like real backstabby, like trying to mess up other people's careers in the past.
I don't know
Cat Williams
anything
had
about that.
I think Cat Williams had a whole thing about Steve
Cat
Harvey. being
Williams
like a
doesn't
piece of
like
shit.
him.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, if there's a beef between Steve Harvey and Cat Williams, I'm Team Cat all the way.
Are
Cat
you?
Williams is so funny. I love
Man,
him.
I want to be Cat. I want
He's
to be
super
Cat.
funny.
Oh, he's hilarious and he tells great stories. But
Yeah.
that time that child beat him up in the parking lot, that really makes me hard to be his
He
fan.
didn't
I don't know
handle
if you,
that well.
He didn't handle it
Derek,
well.
a 12-year-old, beat up Cat Williams outside of church one time on this internet video, and I mean, like 8 years ago, a 12-year-old
little
beat him
fella.
up. And he's like, it wasn't like a quick beat up, and like you go your separate ways, and you kind of yell like, "Yeah, next time I fuck you up, 12-year-old piece of shit." It was like the 12 years on top of him, beating him up, and he's going, and they're recording him, and he's going, "This how y'all treat, this how y'all treat your black celebrities." He's just being assaulted by
Is this like a
real
viral
husky-
YouTube video or word?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, this is how you treat your celebrities while getting beat up. It while being held down.
It's
like
it's
a husky
rough,
12-year-old. Yeah.
but he's
The
Yeah,
title
yeah.
of the
He gets
TMZ
bashed.
article is Cat Williams sucker punches kid but gets ass beating.
That's what happened.
That's
That is what happened.
precisely what happened. Yeah, but he's such a funny
He
guy.
did-
In fairness,
He did
this
that thing that-
particular 12-year-old, I think, can beat up a lot of 14-year-olds.
Yeah,
For
He was
sure,
a
for
real. He was probably like a
Bruiser.
70th percentile size kid. You know,
he
so
did
not
that
even that big.
thing. He did that thing from the movies where you like, oh yeah, and then you sucker punch him. You like look off left and right, like there's something interesting around to sort of pretend like you're.
You know
not
what I
about them.
remember is how little Cat Williams' shoes were.
They were
Really?
kicking. They're like he's kicking, trying to get out.
Yeah.
He's got these little Dorothy slippers on.
These little fucking, these little Oshkosh Bigosh Jordans.
He's got some Air Force .5s on.
Yeah.
These videos have a shockingly few amount of views.
Well, good for Cat. I'm sure he probably
sure
had
Cat's
somebody try to
team got
delete some of
covered
those
Maybe,
mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
those mean videos online. But that 12-year-old did rough him up pretty good. That would be embarrassing.
Yeah.
Another, trying to find it, I find by accident Cat Williams slaps a Target employee. Is this guy just to go around like sucker punching and like slapping people?
Got little man.
You know, he's an eccentric genius. And you have to put up with all these things to get the jokes. So,
You guys ready to wrap?
yeah,
I
I, think
suppose
we
so.
are.
All right. Check out Derek, More Plates, More Dates, GorillaMind.com. Probably other places. Links in the
Merrick Health.
description. Merrick Health. And that's
Buy our
it.
cum pills.
They're back in stock. You can start coming in a super physiological way. PKA 723.